Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Oh, this is me. Time for the crossover. It's powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Great
Gentlemen,
work, Josh.
Hi, Josh.
welcome.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Good,
How does
man.
everybody else do this microphone?
They
just kinda-
hold it. Sometimes they hold it.
Yeah,
See,
it's always awkward.
it is.
Yeah.
Imagine a different studio where we could all sit and talk.
Maybe it had its own dedicated air conditioner.
That would
Oh.
be, that's the dream.
That doesn't leak anymore.
That
And
doesn't
has,
leak.
and has a
They fixed
booth
it.
that you can isolate your producer if he does anything offensive, like
That's
not
right.
bathe or wears Rockies jerseys.
Uh-huh.
I bathe.
But you're wearing a Rockies jersey, so you're still only 50-50.
I don't think the tiny baby studio in there is like used in that way anymore. Oh, now there's
No,
gotta
but
be
I'm saying we
shows.
could.
Yeah, but they covered the windows. The windows are covered in
Yeah.
there.
Just wouldn't it be fun, though, if
Oh yes.
I'm not saying I don't want Nick to talk, but when he did, he just hit the little intercom button.
Yes.
And so it sounded like, hey, he's calling in from the intercom.
It would be pretty funny.
It sounds funny. that way.
Disembodied voice.
We could get
Yeah.
the intercom sponsored.
Yes.
Definitely.
By what was it? The place I saw.
Alltel Wireless.
Was it Wingstop that said they were going to give away free wings
More of a
any-
Nextel
anytime
guy.
the Rockies won?
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So Nick's intercom could be brought by Wingstop.
Oh, yeah.
Don't have
we're
to
at
give
the
away a
point-
whole lot of free wings.
We're at the point where a lot of Denver furniture companies are going to give beds away if the Rockies win 20 games, we'll give you a free bed. So, something like that.
Can the dispensaries do things like that, or is it illegal to give away their product?
I mean, it's got to be illegal, right?
I don't know.
Is it
Can you give away free
weed?
beer?
You can't. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. I don't
You-
think you can. I don't
You
think
need
you
a
can
liquor
give away
license.
beer.
Yeah, no.
You probably give away a gift card.
Yeah.
Like, I was at Cake last night, the band Cake, and they had one of those T-shirt cannons, and he said originally he bought it because he wanted it to be a hot dog cannon, like what they have at basketball games.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do that, then you have to get a restaurant license in
Mhm.
every city that you go to.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of money.
You have to get a restaurant
Or a-
license to shoot a hot
A
dog.
food distribution license,
Right.
Oh.
a food vendor
a lot
license.
of work on the front end for,
Yeah.
for
I'm
a
guessing
bit.
a lot of those hot dogs that
Great
get launched
bit.
out of cannons aren't necessary. I mean, they're the if a food inspector decided to just show up randomly and inspect, they would be like, "Yeah, this isn't any good. We're going to have to put the little notice."
Yeah,
in the
seriously, it's a hot
newspaper."
dog that they put into a gun.
Can you imagine? Because they used to do this in the paper. They would
Not
put
for me.
anytime a restaurant got dinged by the health inspector,
Uh-huh.
it was like a deal. Can you imagine like reading your Journal Star one morning? It's like Der Wiener Schlinger violation, food not held at warm enough temperature. All the different violations. It'd be
I've
kinda
always
funny.
wanted a hot dog, a hot dog fired from the gun, because it's just a raw dog at that point. Like you're just
No, they cook it.
and
I
wrap
mean,
it
they,
in foil.
they get it from the concession
yeah,
stand.
not raw as in raw, I guess, but without condiments.
Oh yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
It's the dog that the
Oh,
way that
it's the way.
it's
Josh,
the way I intend it.
You should love a gun dog.
I would eat one. I just don't want it.
Mm.
But if I caught one, of course I'd eat it. What am I gonna do? Give away free food? I love food.
No.
And I love not paying for it.
yeah,
It's like the best of both worlds.
it is.
Fair.
even if it's plain,
Even it's plain. That's the way that I want it, John.
Mm.
It's the way that I want it.
it just seems wrong. But
Mm.
Plain dog.
Plain dog.
Hmm.
Yep. I had a plain broad over the weekend. It was good.
that's different, though.
Yeah, you can get away with a plain brat, especially like the cherry brats or the pineapple brats.
I did the jalapeno cheddar.
Nice.
It was
Yeah,
tasty.
that'll stand on its own.
Oh,
Yeah, those stand on its own.
Nice little kick to it.
But like hot dogs, you just get some mustard at least.
No, I don't like mustard. Why am I going to put something on it I don't like?
Great take.
Why don't you put slime on your hot dog?
That's weird. I don't know. I don't want
Mayo and hot dogs shouldn't go
I did put
together.
mayonnaise on a burger here.
There's all
yesterday.
kinds of recipes where they're putting slime on their hot dogs.
I
It's
don't want that
ridiculous.
to-
Yeah, most of them are from a 70s cookbook.
No,
Yeah,
it's
John,
not.
You're nasty.
No,
cook.
like
it's
the
not.
electric green relish? Is that what you're calling slime?
No, he's
No,
talking
no,
about mayonnaise.
no,
Mayonnaise.
mayonnaise.
Oh, yeah,
Slime.
okay.
Actual slime.
I forgot who I was talking to for a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, green relish. It's green relish and mustard, baby.
See, I don't like.
That's all I need.
My issue with relish is not that it's pickles, but that it's sweet.
Yeah.
And Josh doesn't like sweet and savory.
Oh,
I
I
just
don't
don't like sweet relish. I think sweet pickles are gross.
Yeah, sweet pickles are
Oh,
disgusting.
sweet pickles are delicious.
I always am sad that they're not sour.
The
You
only
look
pickle
John
you
on
need
this.
is dill.
Mm.
I love
I like
dill
them
pickle.
both.
Yeah.
My aunt Diane made the best sweet pickles.
My grandpa,
They were awesome. I mean, they were neon green. You could tell they had been soaking in that stuff for a while. They
That's
were good.
the pickles my grandpa used to break out during Christmas for some reason.
Yeah.
That was when we would have those.
Yeah,
It
the
like
farm thing.
the look alone was gross, but I tried them a few times. Bad. Just bad.
Yeah, I don't like it. What do they put? What? How do you make a sweet pickle? What do you put in there?
Sugar, probably.
Sugar in with the brine?
Yeah,
How do you?
I'm not
make
sure. I'm not
sweet
sure exactly
pickles?
what the brine was, but
I
yeah,
want to know
there's
why
sugar.
it looks radioactive green.
'Cause it's great.
Radioactive.
because it's sitting in that liquid for a long time and it's soaking in the stuff.
All right, here we go. Now, this is just the first thing I clicked on, right? So who cares? This is from McCormick.com. 2 cups thinly sliced cucumbers, half cups thinly sliced sweet onion, 1 cup cider vinegar, half cup sugar, teaspoon of celery seed, teaspoon of yellow mustard seed, and a teaspoon of salt.
So,
So it is the sugar.
and
Yeah.
also probably the cider vinegar, right? Like apple cider vinegar.
I mean, that's pretty sour.
Doesn't add some sweetness to it though.
I mean,
It adds something.
probably a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it's the sugar, huh?
Adds a little wang to it.
Yeah, 'cause
Mm.
normal pickle, like a dill pickle, that's just regular vinegar, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Have you ever made summer pickles
No.
where it's like cucumbers? It's just basically making them from scratch.
Mm.
We always just called them cucumbers. But then a different family that I went over to their house, they had them like, yeah, you got some summer pickles? And I was like, what's a summer pickle? And it's just making them from
Do you ever
scratch.
Well,
wonder
what do you mean making from scratch?
Like cutting the cucumbers and putting them in vinegar, putting onions in them, salt,
Jarring.
pepper. No,
Oh,
just
but
put it in a
they're-
huge bowl.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
That's not okay. I get what you're saying. That's
Yeah.
a salad. That's more of a salad.
But it's just,
I've never
it's just
heard-
cucumbers.
Yeah, I know. I've never heard it called summer pickle.
Yeah, it was.
I haven't
and-
either.
And maybe it's just the
I've heard it
people that I
called
was-
cucumber salad.
I don't remember what mom calls it,
But
but it's just sliced cucumbers, onions
Oh.
in some vinegar.
it's good.
Sometimes if you
Refreshing.
can, sometimes you mix it in with some tomatoes. It's pretty good too. You put a
That
little tomato in
Always
there.
killed it at the church potluck.
Yes.
Yeah, here like that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you guys ever wonder why we call pickles pickles, but anything else that's pickled,
It's pickled
it's
something.
pickled something? Yeah.
Because it was the
Oh,
OG.
yeah.
It
They
was
got
the
the-
OG.
they got the
Was it
market
the
on
OG
it.
though? Were cucumbers the first thing to
Well,
be pickled?
no, probably not. But like OG is in it. It became the most ubiquitous thing that was pickled that people liked in mass.
Some Don Draper type guy was like, listen,
Like Coke isn't the first
It's
soda pop, but because Coke became the biggest brand of pop,
well, also
people down
probably
south
the
keep calling
cocaine.
everything Coke.
Probably
yeah, I'd
the
like a
cocaine
Sprite
too.
Coke.
They do
Yeah,
like
root beer
cocaine.
Coke.
Well, that's what they say in Georgia. I'd like a Coke. What kind? Pepsi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they say that in Florida, too.
Monsters.
Yeah.
Idiots. That's the South.
Yeah, because people who order Pepsi are crazy.
I dated somebody from Texas once, and they said everything was Coke or DP, which was Dr. Pepper. So if it wasn't a
Congrats
Coke,
on the
it was
sex.
DP.
Yeah, seriously. Happer said, Josh.
Dr. Pepper, Josh.
Oh,
Mm.
Dr. Pepper.
Happer, who is commenting today in the YouTube chat
hi, Connor.
from the road. Josh, how did you get to that so fast? Did you read the 47-year-old woman's blog first? Somehow, the first thing that I found for sweet pickles did not have a blog.
Wow.
It was just, here's the recipe.
When I was a little girl in 1982,
I hate that crap.
My
Because-
mom used to.
Yeah.
Well, that's no different than the people who, when they announce a new uniform, they have to explain every little.
I don't like that
stitches.
either, John.
And this is in honor of when Ulysses S. Grant once did a speech on
Oh, wait,
our
you know what?
campus.
Never mind. So at the top, there was like 2 lines, but if I click read more, it's not even that long. It's like 3 lines
But
worth
you
of
went-
crap.
That's because you went to McCormick's website. They specialize in seasonings
Yes.
and spices.
Yes.
They want to
Yes.
sell you
And that-
seasonings
Yeah.
and spices.
Josh, you say that
Yeah.
a couple of parts of the recipe were 1 teaspoon McCormick celery
Sure,
seed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because Betty from Alabama is not trying to sell you anything. She just wanted a place to write
Now-
her story about how grandmama, used to make pickles.
Yes. Now, okay, for Happer, healthy little victuals whatever the hell
Oh,
that is.
You've never heard of vittles?
Don't know
That's
what a
what
viddle
that's
is.
what some people in the South call food.
Oh,
Vittles.
You go,
okay.
you go to the
Really?
movie theater, you get your vittles before the movie starts.
Ah.
Never
I
heard
wanna-
that.
I want to open a movie theater, and then my
Vittles.
little animation of the little hot dogs marching across the screen. It's like, come get your vittles.
Let's all get some vittles.
All right. Well, this
You
one
play
has
your
a
fiddle.
long intro
Nice.
from Gina Fontana.
Oh, thank you, Gina Fontana.
I am not a fan of soggy pickles, and then an emoji that goes, yeah, ha ha. I'm
Is
so
there a picture of Gina on there.
Is this Brian Fontana's mom, who is a saint?
nice. Do you know who this is, John? You
I-
recognize the name?
Well,
it
the
seems.
name the name sounded familiar.
Your
Like
wife
she was
used
on
these
one
recipes?
of them. No, like she was on one of them Food Channel shows.
Oh, that's okay. See, I heard that name and it sounded like one of those scrambled channels when you were a kid that you tried to.
Whoa, what are
Congrats on the sex.
you talking about, Nick?
It sounds like a porn name, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
That's a different
porn?
That's a different usage of pickles.
Oh,
Never heard of it. Nice. The cucumber does mean that with, in terms of emojis, John.
Put that big cucumber on the screen right now.
Oh, yeah, we do still have that, don't we, Nick?
we do. That's the martyr baton.
Martyr baton.
I don't.
That's the
I
mark.
mean, if anybody, yes, we've decided that Josh holding up this very long cucumber is the new symbol for the martyr
The
baton.
high def
If there's
cucumber.
anybody who deserves it for this weekend, it would be you, Josh
Oh,
Hudson,
yeah.
for being here
Nick
all
also
day
worked the
yesterday.
game Saturday.
Yeah, you were here longer than I was.
Yeah, he was here for 2.
What time did you get here yesterday?
Well, I ate lunch with my son, and he couldn't wait anymore, so I got here at 12:30.
Oh, no.
Oh God! And so you probably left around
About
Was it
11:30. Yeah.
11:30. So 11-hour day.
And this is one of your last free weekends.
It
Or
is.
would have been one of your last free weekends
Yes.
for a while.
And then
Next
I
weekend.
hosted a show today.
What's next weekend?
Well, next weekend is the last free
Yeah.
weekend.
Oh yeah.
Like next weekend is so important for the mind.
It's
Yeah.
a get right weekend.
My
Yep.
wife, she asked me if I wanted to go to something with her on Sunday, and I said, "Do I have to?" And she said, "No." I said, "Then no, because this is my last. This is my last one."
I'm doing a thing on Saturday for me, and the rest of my day is just nothing.
Look at that. Now John will be doing prep. You'll be getting ready.
Yeah, prep
Yeah.
John.
Yeah, John will see a
I
free
haven't
weekend in July.
Well, thanks to my boat anchor, I'm not going to have a normal weekend for a very, very, very
That's
long
true.
Yeah.
Are you counting down yet, John? Are you like
Well, this is
can't wait for the fall to get this cast off?
Okay, but you see, here's the problem: the two don't correlate
Why not?
because it'll be even better in the winter. So does it mean I'm looking forward to the cold?
I don't know. You tell me.
No,
Are you
I'm
looking
not.
forward to the winter?
No.
So what are you looking
See, the
forward
problem
to?
with this is it's not a prison sentence would be better because with a prison sentence,
Graphic. I got it. Don't
because
worry.
with a prison sentence, you know when you're getting out.
Do you have a
right?
good picture of John with the cast?
And
No,
once you get
I
out,
just
you
use the
get
same
out.
one every time.
But with this, it's just this long, slow process.
I
And
have
so
a s-
there's not like that moment, like the last day of school, where it's like,
Mhm.
hey, it's the last day of school, shaving cream fight. Yay.
Shaving cream. What?
Oh yeah, I missed that. That doesn't happen.
There's
anymore.
not one of those with this. It's
Because
just a
once it-
slow, long, and
Because
you know-
once you get it off, you're going to have a whole lot of crap to do, right? You're going to have to do like exercises.
oh yeah,
Physical
Oh
therapy,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So the process never ends.
So something to
So
help.
there's not like a VE day, victory
Bummer.
over.
You're going to like kiss your arm like the man kissed that woman in Times Square.
against
Yeah,
her
yeah.
will.
yeah. If it'll help put you in the a prison would be better mindset,
Mhm.
what if you got a Sharpie and you just started tallying on your arm every day you've had it on until you get it off?
It's not a bad idea.
So when is this getting off? Do we know?
I don't know yet.
Mm.
They said 12 weeks, but
12 weeks from the original date or from Friday?
from the day it got hurt.
So that's like 7 weeks away now, probably, right?
Yeah.
7 weeks away.
But I'll know more in a couple weeks when the
Are
doctor looks at it and then get the X-rays.
you gonna have that in Knoxville with you? Are you going to
With
Knoxville?
this?
Are you still going to Knoxville? You're doing your boy trip?
Sure.
You can travel.
Yeah.
I
I don't usually drive. So
yeah, that's
fine.
fair. I don't know if I'd want to go to a race with a boat anchor.
I don't want to do anything with a boat anchor, but I have no choice.
Right.
Joel says, for a second, I thought John just called his wife a boat anchor.
The old boat anchor.
No, I did not call the wife a boat anchor. It's
Mm.
this giant thing on my arm.
So you're not counting down to the fall. That's what we learned just now. You're not counting down.
no, because there's really nothing to count down to.
normalcy.
You don't. Yeah, but you don't know.
This is the new
Again,
normal,
you don't.
Josh.
You don't know when that actually is. It's just a slow, long process.
Mm. Okay.
You know, it's not like when they release you from prison, it's like, oh, now my left toe is free. Then the next day, my right toe is free. You're either in prison or you're out of prison.
That's fair.
With this, it's just like, yeah, this summer's going to suck. I've come to the conclusion,
Wote summer for John.
if the magic fairy came down and said, you get a choice, you can go through this summer or COVID summer.
You'd pick COVID?
Oh, God, yes. Give
Really?
me COVID summer, baby.
John, you were so
Whoa.
triggered in COVID.
I played
I'm
a lot of
triggered
video games
now.
on COVID
Yeah, but
summer.
you were angrier
I'm
then.
triggered now, and I would have 2 arms.
That's true.
You know?
And it's not like you hang out with people. So like you being under lockdown, like, oh wow, this is so crazy. This is so different.
Well,
for
and
me.
then I would have all the knowledge of, well, see, it wasn't that bad. So I'd walk into restaurants, folks, it wasn't that bad, I
Oh, no.
swear.
But what if because you do that, then you get COVID and you die?
Mm.
But I'm not.
But what if you did?
But I wouldn't.
Okay.
And it'd still be better than the boat anchor.
Man, that's wild.
Sometimes you go to prison and the president thinks you're an adorable story and lets you out of prison. There's no getting out of the boat anchor.
Yeah, I
That's
can't
true.
call D. I can't call President T and say, hey, D.
Oh, Donald. Okay. Yeah,
I didn't
sorry.
like that. I don't like you calling him D.
Well, some people call him a D.
Yeah, well,
Nice.
But yeah, I can't call President T and say, hey, can you pardon me from this?
He would if he could.
just go
But
storm,
he can't.
storm a
can't.
government building and he will.
I don't think he can just pardon the arm though.
Yeah, see, you can't pardon my arm.
I mean, unless he
It's a
chops it
beautiful
off.
arm.
It is a
big. It's beautiful.
It's
It's not
big.
big anymore. It's shrinking. Your arm is
It
shrinking.
is. It sucks, man.
Yeah, what kind of exercises are you gonna have to do? Like you're gonna
A
have to get a
lot.
little dumbbell and do this because
I-
is
I'd
it
have to
more?
do a
It's
lot.
more about the
Yeah, so
wrist,
he's just
right?
gonna have to do the Spider-Man
Well,
thing.
it's the wrist. It's turning the like turning the arm. Oh, it's all of it. It's all that range of motion.
Oh, there we go.
Squeezing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna have to
Ball like
squeeze
that?
balls.
Yeah,
There'll
do
be a
some
lot
ball
of that.
squeezing.
It's gonna be just
Ball
a
squeezing,
real
John.
tweak.
Maybe get a baseball and just toss
Real
it up a little
tweak.
bit.
Wow, this is wild, John. I feel so bad for you.
Yeah. That's why I'm not counting my chickens before they're hatched.
Well,
Understandably so.
someday this time next year, we'll look back at this and we'll laugh. Remember?
We hope so.
I hope you're right.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're right.
Can we put the boat anchor behind that Johnny Rogers football?
I'm hoping the boat anchor will have its own little place in a new studio.
Oh, okay.
Surprised you're not just gonna burn it the second it comes off your arm.
John, there are people.
It's
in this-
actually, I mean, it's pretty cool how they made this.
there are people in this room, John, that don't believe there will be a new studio. They say that there's no way in hell. They say it's fake news.
Is that are you
Propaganda.
Are you listening to Connor?
I would. He's convinced me that
Has he?
there's no earthly way
Hmm.
a brand new engineer will install boards that we've been waiting half a decade to install.
We've had
and
those since COVID, I think.
Do that in a
Before
new
COVID. Oh my
palatial studio.
What if they still have the disease in them?
Oh no!
COVID is in the.
COVID
It's
is
in the bubble
board.
wrap?
That'd be a bummer.
Oh, that'd be like the non-mutated OG COVID that was killing people because
Yeah.
it didn't know better yet.
It's like in The Mummy where they opened up Emotep's
Yeah.
coffin and then suddenly hell was released. You open up
And
the new
also those
boards.
gross
Here
ass
comes
beetles.
COVID. Dude,
Damn
I
it.
love The Mummy. We should do The Mummy for.
I just saw it. At
See,
film
okay,
streams.
now who sent the email about calling the wife a boat anchor?
Oh, that was a tweet on the JTech Constructions on Twitter feed from Joel.
Joel moved to Blue Sky, so I don't have to see this, and we can't acknowledge it anymore because now the wife's wondering. She just heard her name.
Oh,
Someone
no.
tried to accuse you of being a boat anchor, dear. Not me.
John would never
Not
Yeah.
me.
on the
This
microphone.
thing
he
on
would
my
never.
arm is a boat
He
anchor.
would never say that about you into a microphone.
Yeah.
I would not say that. Period.
There you go. You love your wife.
She's the opposite of a boat anchor. She's always moving.
What is the opposite of a boat anchor?
Always
Something-
moving. A
something
boat.
something that's not anchored down.
Yeah.
Something that likes to move on
bird?
the move.
Stibbs writes.
I
there-
Stibbs.
there's
I
at
talked
least-
about Cal Raleigh today during the show.
This is about
Ah.
the studio.
Oh.
There's at least one person outside of that studio who also does not believe you're getting a new studio. And then in parentheses, me.
Mm.
I
I don't-
believe.
I don't like this,
believe.
man.
I believe in the promises
I don't like
that have
this,
been
man.
made to us. I believe in the promises.
Well, the promises keep getting refreshed every year, though. That's the thing.
That's
The
true.
promises are still sitting in boxes downstairs.
They
No, they're
are.
Are they downstairs or upstairs? I thought they were upstairs.
I thought they were downstairs.
Wait, like upstairs?
Yeah, like
Why would
yeah.
they be up there?
I just know that when they came in, Mark was still here. Remember Mark? Me and a couple other part-timers helped him move them up to a room upstairs.
Oh, okay.
And the return address had Wuhan written on it. And you didn't think anything of it.
God, no!
LSD
We're gonna open it, and one of them diseased bats is gonna fly out.
LSD Will says, will the new board get tariffs? No, we own them. We have the boards.
Yeah,
now
we
they're
have
probably
the
going to need to get updated because they're 6 years old.
They
but
definitely don't have a warranty.
yeah,
That expired.
Yeah.
wow. I love them. I use them in other studios sometimes, and I'm a big fan of the boards.
They're good boards.
And then we're going to get the things we can connect our headphones to.
Yeah.
Then Josh could be in 1290, and then I could still just plug him right into it like
That
he's
sounds
here.
So cool.
If you want to be in 1290 for some reason.
It does.
It does feel very homey in there.
It does feel very homey. By the way, dear, no, I didn't say anyone that made you call them that. Someone heard me describe the cast as a boat anchor and thought I was describing you.
Well, how did
You
boat
have
anchor
to
come up?
understand, even though I've been here for 12 years, our listeners are jackals.
Mm.
This is what they do. They take things and blow them out of proportion. It's kind of a bit on the show.
North Carolina has taken a lead on
Oh,
Oklahoma.
man. How in the hell did Nebraska lose to this team?
2-0
It's
lead.
a real boat anchor of a team.
Chance writes,
High chance.
another solid Mark Schechterly purchase. Put it up in the rafters with 1620 the beer. Can we retire
Actually,
1620? That's a good bid
1620
idea.
the beer was actually in Ruth's closet up until a couple
I
years
still
ago.
have some on my desk.
Got some Bach.
I have. Oh, that stuff would be
Such a
stink.
popular brew of beer.
Bocular.
When people are like, "You guys have a new beer," and we say yes, and they
Hell
say,
yeah.
"What kind is it? Is it an IPA? Is it a lager?" And I say, "It's a Bock." They say,
What is a Bach?
Yeah.
Is usually the follow-up
"That is
question.
normally the question."
It's probably, it would have been better just to tell me it's just a beer. And then they drink it and they wouldn't have like a preconceived notion.
Cram
of
it down
But
your
because-
gullet.
But because you're describing it in a way that not a lot of people are familiar with, they instantly like, oh, really? What's that? If we would have just said, it's just a beer, just drink it.
Yeah.
It might have been better. Of course, it also might have been better if we would have gotten it packaged and sold in stores.
that would have helped.
It would have.
But instead, we decided to get a couple of pony kegs and loan them to a couple of restaurants. And it was on tap for like 3 months
Well,
before it got bad.
There was also that party we had here. We had that party.
Oh, we did have that
invited
party.
some people. Have some of this?
3-0 Heels.
It was really a good idea until it wasn't.
Idea was great.
Great idea.
Well,
Until it
normally we don't
wasn't.
even get that far with our ideas.
That's
so-
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Why it was a Bach. I mean, that would be the first thing I would say.
Well,
Why?
again, I don't think anyone would have known.
That's what that place in
Yes, they would
Iowa
have.
was
Yeah,
brewing.
That's exactly what it was. They
Well,
just
I know
slapped
the
it,
reason why. I'm just saying that was a bad part of the idea.
It was a rock Bach. Is that,
That
right?
it was called Rockbach.
Yeah,
He loved that.
which makes sense.
He loved that it was called Rock Bach.
Yeah.
He's like, can we call it that?
It need,
I think he wanted to call it Zone Bach.
yeah. He just
doesn't
he
rhyme.
In
really
hindsight-
wanted Bach to be included in the name.
How about
Correct.
Talk Bach?
In hindsight, I'm really glad we didn't win our argument that we were, because we wanted to name it One Beer Friday.
We did.
Oh yeah, so that name is still available if we ever do something cool.
Right. But yeah, I'm glad now in hindsight that 1620 the beer, which was also,
It's a great name.
It's a
is a
great,
great
name
name.
because it's also evolved into other things.
yeah, like 1620 the boat anchor.
1620 the email.
1620 the email.
Mhm.
Subscribe today.
Which I will remember to do sometimes.
What?
1620 the email.
Oh, is that dead?
I think I forgot last week.
Oh no.
Well, it's interesting because it goes into my other email account that the only time I go to that email account is to just delete old emails, and I hadn't deleted one in a while.
Okay.
I love the 1620 the emails. I read them every time we get them.
It's good.
No,
Yeah,
1620 the emails are great.
click 'em.
Yeah, I see what's going on in them.
A lot of great content in those.
We're
Excellent
doing
work.
things.
Subscribe today.
Will that get me the link to
Mark
Formula
that.
Fridays?
No, Formula Friday doesn't exist anymore.
But you're into Formula One again.
I am.
The
And I-
movie's coming out. You want to capitalize on that?
Oh,
don't
I'm
you?
excited for the movie. I'm
You
going to go
sh-
opening night.
You should bring back Formula Fridays for the F1 movie.
The problem isn't me not wanting to do it. The problem is me
Busy. You can't
planning
just turn
a
on
wedding.
microphone and
Planning
talk.
a wedding takes a lot of time. Takes
How
a lot
much-
of effort.
You're Nick. I
How much-
planned a wedding and I still did 800 podcasts.
That's on you.
I'm just saying it's not as difficult as you're making it out to be.
How
Well,
involved
but how-
were either of you in the wedding?
Yeah,
planning?
exactly.
Very.
And I mean, you didn't have to like plan like for like 300 people.
I
It
mean,
was
one of
just
them
you
I
and the
did.
fam. Well, no, that was I'm talking about the wedding that counts.
Yes, and I was not podcasting.
The
back in
first
day.
one was an exhibition wedding. It was like a really
It was like a
bad
non-conference game in the future of college football.
Yes.
With I hear questionable hand gestures.
No, they were normal
there
hand
was
gestures.
questionable hand gestures unless Cory Booker's doing.
Wait. Hand gestures on your
Nothing
wedding night?
happened.
It was more of an arm gesture.
Nothing happened.
So there was this moment during the exhibition wedding.
Congrats on the knot set.
I like that, by the way. We now need to call it the
Exhibition wedding?
exhibition wedding.
That's
I
good.
like it. That works.
where the guest, the guest official.
They're called an officiant,
An
not a guest
officiant.
official.
Well, I was trying to think.
What
I
is this?
couldn't
A
remember the
guest
name.
ref?
It was like a
Special guest referee.
Yeah,
well, you know,
special guest
it's an
referee.
exhibition wedding. You don't bring out the big gun.
This guy did play basketball at one point.
He did. A great guy, by the way. And
So what
at
are you
one-
saying that he
At
does?
one point, he said he asked the entire congregation to bless to hold their hands out and bless the
That's
wedding.
a normal thing to
and
do.
so if you had how many people you think were there? A couple hundred?
I think it was close to 3.
300?
Yeah, I
So
think
you
so.
had 300 people in this nice auditorium all holding their hands out.
Very
I
normal.
I looked next to me.
My eyes were closed, though.
Stibbs was sitting on one side. Kugler was on the other. And we were like, this is not a good picture.
Wait a minute. I see
All we
what's
needed to all be,
happening now.
if we had all been dressed up in brown, it would have looked
Yeah.
even more authentic.
Were you
Remember
wearing
little-
Hugo Boss?
Little crosses on all of their
Remember when the
outfits.
Dolphins and Chiefs played in Berlin, and you saw those German Chiefs fans making similar arm gestures?
No, they were doing the chop. Nobody was doing the chop.
I mean,
Well, I mean, the only difference between one gesture and the other is that it's just how you hold your hand.
right.
Mm.
Same angle, same extension.
My eyes were closed. I didn't see anything
Why were your eyes closed?
because he was praying. You close when I pray, John. I close my eyes.
So during the
Dear Lord.
rehearsal, he said he was going to do this, and you were like, "Yeah,
Yeah, I've been to church where we
God,
bless
there's a-
people. Nick, you've never done that before. You've never held out your hands and say, "Lord, bless Nick Grimm."
no,
Okay, well,
never
you're
at
the-
any church I went to."
Well,
There's a line I want to say right now. Please remind me during the break.
yes,
I wanna
please.
utter this line
You're gonna call your
because I think you would laugh at it, but I can't say it on the air.
nice. My mom just said that she would like to throat check you.
What are you talking about? Tell me it was true. It
It's
happened.
normal things, John. It's very normal. My eyes were
No.
closed. I missed it.
I know it was, but trust me, I wasn't the only one thinking.
John's getting in so much trouble.
This
Why
is
am I
good.
getting in trouble?
Moms and wives.
It was a whimsical observation.
First the boat anchor thing, now this.
It
Mm-hmm.
was a whimsical observation.
Mm-hmm.
It was a funny observation.
What other moms and wives hate John today?
I didn't do anything.
Mm. Steve says, I
By
broke
the way, if you throat check me, I got a shield to block
along
it.
those lines. He says, I broke my wrist in 3 places a little over 26 years ago. Take my word for it. By the time that cast comes off, it's going to smell so bad that you won't want it anywhere near you. You've already had it taken off you twice, right?
Well, yeah, I can.
Cast technology is way different now compared to the old days.
Because I can. It's fastened on by these Velcro strips, and I can take it off. And so I take it off, and I get some baby wipes. I clean it.
Do you
off.
clean it
Yeah,
like every day?
yeah.
Oh, see,
And
yeah,
then,
it's not
and then these
stinky then.
little
You can take it
cloth
off in the
sleeves.
shower, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can now. So yeah, I mean, it still isn't great, but yeah, I can
Yeah.
do things.
Happer says, John, did you ever consider amputation?
Trust me, if there was a way I could just all right, when it's healed, put it back on.
Yeah.
But for now, just take it off. It would
would have
probably
done that?
it'd be easier.
I mean,
It'd
they'd
be
have
easy.
to take the whole arm, it looks like. They
Oh,
would
yeah.
not at the elbow, the whole arm.
Oh yeah, it's
That would suck.
It would.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. It's not fun.
How's it going to affect the College World Series? Have you figured that out yet?
How's it going to affect it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, if Gary says something that makes him mad, he can just bludgeon him.
But John sits on the left side.
I'll be sitting on the left side, and I would never hit Gary.
Mm.
Yeah.
Gary
He'll
won't.
hit you, though.
Gary won't say anything.
can't reach
Challenge
me.
accepted.
Oh,
you-
Steve points out he misses the beard. I just realized you shaved
Oh,
the beard.
no,
Bearded
John.
John
Yeah.
is no more.
I liked the beard a lot. It
the
was
wife
very becoming.
didn't.
Mm.
The wife said, "Aren't
The
you gonna-"
boat anchor didn't?
I no. The boat
Says
anchor
Joel.
is on my arm.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. I misunderstood.
God, I'm in so much trouble now. I'm gonna. Have,
What's for dinner?
I'm
I don't know. I'm on my own tonight.
gonna have your mom waiting for me in the parking lot, and then my wife waiting for me at the top of the stairs, with probably a boat anchor to hit me with,
Nice.
because of what the people have been saying, not
Yes,
what I've said.
You didn't say
That's
it.
right.
Don't put it on the internet that John called his wife a boat anchor.
I didn't.
Because he didn't. He didn't.
Swear to God.
And would never.
No, of course not.
You realize this is going to put a thought in my head. The next time we get into an argument, I'm going to use the phrase boat.
Stop being a boat anchor.
I knew it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Oh, doctor.
Oh, wow.
What a day. Well,
Mm.
you have been a real trooper. I mean, 11 hours of work yesterday, doing your own producing and your own show today. You have earned
You've earned a beer.
And the martyr baton. That's all yours.
You have earned a beer. Josh has a 1620 the beer on his desk.
Yes.
Go ahead, help
Go
yourself.
take one,
Have
Josh.
the buck.
I'd love an old hot Bach on a nice hot summer day.
Old Hot Bach.
Nice.
That could be a band name.
That could be
Old
a
hot
band
Bach.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's Old Hot Bach.
name. Wonder what
good.
music old hot Bach would play.
Like,
I'm imagining like a Grateful Dead situation,
Maybe.
like some real old jam band kind of thing.
Could be. Yeah. Or it could be a country and western act.
Could be.
wow, country and western, both kinds.
See, I like to, it's like saying Cornhuskers instead of Huskers.
Mhm.
I prefer the original nomenclature, country and western.
I follow.
So there you go.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for being such a great producer and great show host today.
Great work, Josh.
Good job, Josh.
And I
Not
hope-
bad for a bunch of foreign out the door guys, am I right?
That's right. Amen. Amen to that. All right. That's your crossover.
Nice.
It's powered by Everlevel Concrete and Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The Grom is coming up next on 1620 Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
Do you disregard people's personal space? Sitting next to people in public, even if there are tons of open seats? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's 72-hour sale is happening now. Save up to 72% off on top brands, with queens starting at $149.99. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
The MVPs of roofing are right here in Omaha, Moose Roofing. They've been in business for nearly 30 years, and they're local. They're here before the storm. They're here after the storm. Moose Roofing is going to provide a peace of mind in protecting your most valuable asset, your home. So when you're replacing your roof, look to Moose Roofing. They offer highly durable lifetime roofing solutions, ventilation expertise, excellent service, and they'll walk you through the insurance process. Locally owned, top-notch reputation. Because they're Omaha, contact them today at mooseroofing.com.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
John, I have an email from John. Creighton baseball, Nebraska baseball, and Nebraska softball have all ended their seasons. Now football season has started. Let's go.
MLB.
Thank you, John. What a great email.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
John still has the Cubs. Are they good?
Yes, we're in first place. Best record we've had since 2018
Oh,
or 27. It's 18. I can't remember.
W, your
wow.
ball.
Big
It's been a
fan.
while. Well, it's been a while. It's been a while. So yeah, plenty to look forward to. We still have a College World Series to look forward to.
That's true.
In fact, North Carolina's up 3-0 on Oklahoma.
It's got to be cathartic for a lot of people
What's that?
watching Oklahoma lose. That's all Jack would talk about yesterday when we got blown out at our softball game.
Really?
We got run ruled by the third inning.
Yeah, Jack's teams, if you count Nebraska over the weekend, the loss that eliminated them, and then their season, or your guys's, what did you get out? It was like 39-1 or some crap.
Yeah.
Because you lost 22-0. Is that what I saw?
So, yeah.
Yikes.
Wow.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
a
even
good look.
worse than Nebraska somehow.
I was even out in right field. I fielded the ball once.
Did you?
Yeah, I even threw it.
Did you just pick it up when it stopped rolling?
No, I actually caught it while it was rolling. I scooped
okay.
it.
That was the famous line from Bob Uecker when someone asked, how do you catch a knuckleball? And he said, you just wait till it stops rolling.
Fair.
Nice.
Welcome to the Grum.
Hello.
Brought to
Hi.
you by Union Bank and Trust. Your money has people. Joel wants to clarify because he was
Boat
the
anchor
one,
Joel.
He was the one that sent the tweet that Josh then read to make it sound like I was calling my wife a boat anchor.
No. He says, for a second, I thought John just
Oh.
called his wife a boat anchor. I read the tweet as it was stated.
I know.
I didn't say anything.
Said, please feel free to pass this along, confirming that you did not call your wife a boat anchor, and it was me making a dumb, sarcastic joke. As a proud listener of the Grum,
I
you
thought it
say
was funny.
nothing but lovely things about your wife on the air.
What? He does?
Again, it's
John never. The only time that he says anything negative is his impression of his wife. That's the only negative thing.
Impression. What an impression.
Dear, what are you doing? That's John's impression of his wife every time.
That's your impression of John's impression.
Stop cheering so loud for the Rams, is what John says. I would never do that. But to be fair, that's what John's impression of every woman is ever. What are you doing, John?
Well, I don't have a really good women's impression.
Why don't you just talk like this?
Yes, exactly.
It hurts.
Just do it a little bit higher,
I used to be able to do that when I was younger. Now it hurts.
That's also the kid. That's my kid voice too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just hurts.
I'm John
Oh,
Bishop.
so you're comparing women to children. Oh, I see what you're doing there.
That's why the suffrage movement had to happen, because of men like you.
Yeah. How old were you when you could answer the phone and people stopped mistaking you for your mom?
I don't know.
It was like 11, 12. Oh, I still remember the
puberty,
times.
the puberty days.
I still remember the times I would call and I would hear like someone on the other end. One time, it was like a New Year's party or something. My brother and I were staying home. My parents were out.
Nice.
And I needed to call them and ask them something. I think we were watching my sister. I don't remember.
Carla.
But anyway, I needed to call and ask a question. And so I call and this person answers the phone. And
oh no.
And I say, yeah, I need to speak with Elaine Bishop or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever I said. And I heard, and I think it was a girl.
Mm-hmm.
I could hear her yell off mic, Mom, there's this woman on the phone. So mad.
Trigger.
I was so mad.
Hey, it's me. Anybody there? Can I talk on the phone?
I still remember the first time I answered the phone and someone's like, hey, Nick? I'm like, oh my God, yes.
Look at that.
That's Nick. That's me.
You figured it out. It's me.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I was probably about 11 or 12, I suppose.
Nice.
Hey, how's that like this? It hurts when I do that. So that's why all my impressions are.
How does that not hurt your voice? It's all scratched.
Yeah, it seems like it would hurt. It hurts me.
It's just a natural thing. You know, you just.
Oh,
Is it?
Yeah. Because that's usually my yelling voice too.
Oh.
I'm yelling at someone.
That's true.
I suppose that's a calloused throat muscle for him.
It is a callous.
Oh yeah.
It's a very callous.
Yeah, it's like someone
muscle.
who plays a guitar, how their thumb is all torn up, but they're good to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I get
Gross
that.
thumb stibs.
Wow.
The Grum Down is brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guide. Happy trails, happy retirement, Coach Service. Nebraska ball goes out with a whimper.
Yikes.
That was a smart decision made by yours truly
Which decision?
to not watch.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It was, I mean, dude, I watched like 2 innings and it was like, sweet, my day's done now. I'm going to do whatever else I want to do.
I saw people on Twitter and I'm like, they're talking about the Nebraska game. I know they are.
Uh-huh.
You know, there was better baseball to be watched.
Oh, yeah.
Much better baseball to be watched.
Oh, yeah.
The SEC, it just means more losses.
Nice. Are you going to be Carl Ravitch today? Remember Carl during the basketball season? The SEC is 500. Are you going to be Carl today for us?
Yes, I'm going to be
Nice.
Carl.
Welcome, John.
Goodbye, Cags. We hardly knew you.
Wow. The poor storm chasers. They probably thought they had this guy for weeks, and now he's gone.
They had him for a week.
I thought they would
Yes,
have
they had him for weeks.
I thought they would have him until like early July.
Yeah, seriously.
I am a little shocked at how fast they're fast tracking him.
Yeah.
Like I figured he would be fast tracked, but I thought it would be at least until after the All-Star break.
My wife is going to the Storm Chasers game on Sunday, and she bought the tickets like a week and a half ago, and she was like, yeah, probably still have Cags, but maybe. And now he's already gone.
He's gone.
Funny enough, Paige is going to a Royals-Yankees game the week of the College World Series, and she's like, I'm going to get to see JAC Caglianine.
Yeah, I'm seeing him play the Dodgers later this month. I'll get to watch him play.
Nice.
Yeah.
Rockies bottom.
Holy God.
It's worse than you thought.
At this point, it's fascinating. You know?
Sure.
It's
Dirk
all
Chatelain
fascinating.
said something like that on Twitter
It
yesterday.
is. I mean, now last year it was fun because it was the White Sox.
Yeah, well, now it's fun because it's Nick's team.
Yeah, kind of.
Wow.
I walked into the studio this morning, and Gary said, God bless your loyalty.
Yeah. Hey, you're wearing a hat and a jersey.
I am.
Those are probably, those look new.
They are.
Wow, so that's why Nick's going to be eating rice for the next
Well,
month.
the hat was a gift. I spent
That's
too much
more
on
than a
it.
concert t-shirt, I'm
Yeah.
guessing.
You know what's even funnier? The guy
be
whose
funny.
name's on the back of this jersey
Yeah, is already traded?
got sent down this weekend.
Oh, is it that guy? The guy who sucks?
He sucks, but he shouldn't.
Which one?
Yeah,
There's so
that's true.
many.
Yeah, so why did I ask that? That's a good point.
Not reseating, reseating.
Nice.
Hello.
There was some college baseball chaos yesterday, and of which Mike Farron was in the center of it.
Nice.
Baseball.
It's Michael Severe Monday.
For the first time, I realized in a month and a half, if he comes in studio, he won't get to sit in your chair.
Oh,
I mean,
Because
he can if he wants to.
it was nice. I didn't have to move the camera. I'll still do it, but it was nice I didn't have to.
Yep.
And who's excited for some 7-on-7?
7-on-7. Are we talking more Olympic football, John?
No,
Oh,
that hasn't
flag
started
football.
yet. I'm still hoping there's a chance that they'll just not do it, but I know better.
We don't
than
have
that.
to engage with it.
Yeah, we could just put that on the do not
the
talk
Olympic
about list.
I mean,
Yeah, we're not talking about
I would prefer to do that with all of them.
No, we got to break it down.
Yeah, John, Olympic
It's
baseball.
gonna be in America.
Aren't you excited for Olympic baseball?
No,
in America. For the first time since the summer game since 96.
It's the first time baseball is going to be in there
and
since
something
what?
terrible happened in those games. We don't need that again.
Wow. Way to go negative, John. Joe in Vegas writes, can we eliminate everything on the drum down? It's grum down, Joe. Until we get to Michael Severe. It's football season, boys. The rest of this crap up above doesn't matter.
Joe,
now.
it is June 2nd.
A lot of folks are wanting to remind us that it is football season.
Then watch the UFL, you weirdos.
Yeah, watch the UFL.
We will not do such a thing, but we will talk plenty of football. Don't worry. I am still here. I have the football topics. I have the football ideas for today's show. We have the Bigelow Memorial offseason football topic of the day.
You realize
fewer than
we
100
talk
days till the
football
NFL.
every day. It's not like it's not like you're kept from it. It happens every day.
But meanwhile,
every day.
Meanwhile, we barely talk. I mean, we've talked baseball the last week.
Yeah.
But we don't even get to talk about Formula One and like the weird drama happening between Max Verstappen and George Russell.
John,
okay, all right, more football.
John, to be fair, you were tweeting this morning about baseball, but yet football was living rent-free in your head as you were doing it. You were tweeting about baseball from a football angle. So I think even you are football pilled at this point in time.
No, I'm not. Let's stop stupidity from happening pilled.
Yeah. But it was about football. You were tweeting about football.
Well, I did make mention of the fact that the SEC is 27-18 so far in this NCAA tournament.
Yikes.
And
well, it's going to be 27-19 after
seven of their 13 teams have been eliminated, including the top two national seeds. Never before has it happened where a conference held the top two seeds and they both were eliminated before the super regionals, but it happened. Vandy gone and Texas is gone.
You know, this is making my take at the beginning of the season age pretty well when I said that I don't care about SEC baseball.
Yeah. I mean, kind of.
But the thing is, this wasn't you're right. This wasn't really about baseball. This certainly wasn't to say that the SEC is a bad baseball conference.
Yeah, you use this as a way to go after the Big Ten.
I did.
You got to use this as a way to go after the SEC.
But I don't.
Yeah, whose side
Stick
are you
to
on,
baseball.
John?
But I don't.
Who are you, me, making everything about football? Make this about baseball. Who cares
Well,
about
no,
the Big Ten
no.
football?
The point though is very simple. This is why, because believe me, if the SEC probably got their way, they would just say, "Yeah, you just let all of our teams in the tournament."
In baseball?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well,
You know, we should just have automatic bids for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the Big Ten wants automatic bids for damn near everybody in football.
Mm-hmm.
And the point I was getting to was this. This is why you play the games.
Sure.
You don't just quota in playoff berths just because of perception. Sure, there's a lot of ammunition for the folks to say the SEC is the best conference. It is. I'm not saying it's not in baseball. But you still have to play the games. And the problem, one of the biggest problems with the argument the Big Ten was trying to make, or is trying to make about these quotas for the playoffs is it's all about perception. I mean, imagine if the Big Ten had come up with this idea 10 years ago.
It would have been laughed at, first of all.
Yes, it would have been laughed out of the room because the Big Ten wasn't winning jack squat. But now they've
I guess
won.
10 years ago they won a natty, but yes, I understand.
But my point is this. A lot of folks just want to assume because it says this on the door means that there's quality inside, and that's not always the case. The best playoffs are the ones where you got to kind of earn your way in. And yeah, in college, it's a little wonky. It's a little weird. We have to do selection committees. It's a little bit subjective. But you know what?
A lot bit subjective.
But you know what? That's fine. That's fine. because you don't have equality. You don't have equal number of teams in each league. You don't have equal number of games played. It's impossible
No
to
one's
do
schedule
that.
is the same.
No one's schedule is the same. You can't compare. You can't just lock in automatic bids just because a perception is that your conference is great. If you really believe your perception is that great, then live on that reputation and just say, fine, pick us, because you will. So I wanted to use that as a point to say, hey, look at what happens. Sometimes perception is not reality. Now, will the SEC still go on and have many teams in Omaha? Sure.
Probably.
Will they probably win a national championship? Probably.
Yeah.
But you still got to play the games. And that's the key. We want the games.
I do like games.
And we want the good games.
I do like good games.
We want the good games. So, yes, was I using baseball to make a football point? Of course I was.
Nice.
He was trying to trick people like you into caring about baseball.
It did not. All it made me think of was, damn, football's living rent-free in John's head. Welcome, brother. That's what I thought.
Oh.
You couldn't even enjoy the baseball without being obsessed about the Big Ten.
No, I didn't think about it until this morning.
Well, you're then
I
tweeting
watched
about
all
it,
the baseball
and you made a
last
graphic
night.
about it.
I watched all the baseball last night without thinking once about football.
So when did it? Why did it happen for you today? Was somebody in your mentions?
No, I was
that
just
gave me an
I was
idea.
just looking through it and going, wow, look at this. You know, perception isn't always reality. The perception is the Big Ten is superior to everyone else, but it's just a perception. It's not
Mike
reality.
says the Big Ten champion was amazing in the regional. Is he talking about Oregon or Nebraska here? Which one?
That'd be both.
Both of them.
Because they're both gone.
Not great.
They're both
not great.
That Oregon thing, that broke my heart a little.
Yeah, I could tell.
It
Made John so happy.
It made me laugh.
Still have UCLA.
So that's the Big Ten team that's remaining? Is UCLA?
UCLA and USC as of now.
USC is still playing. They have to play Oregon today.
Oregon State, you mean?
Yeah, Oregon State. I'm sorry.
Oregon,
yeah,
remember,
that's
John,
right.
they're done.
Oregon's gone.
Yeah, they're home.
Oregon is gone.
They are home.
Bye-bye.
It's Trojan versus Beaver.
A Trojan versus a Beaver.
That used to happen all the time
It
because they were in
did.
the same conference, Nick.
Until the Big Ten murdered them.
Mm-hmm. The good old days.
It was the good old
I
days.
miss those days.
I do too.
They were good days.
They were.
I watched.
Did you notice? You probably didn't notice this because you didn't watch any baseball.
Whoa. Say what you're going to say, and then I'll tell you if I noticed it or
Oregon
not.
State still has a Pac-12 logo on their
Okay,
stadium.
no, I didn't notice that. That's awesome. Well, technically, they're in the Pac-12.
Well, that's true. It's technically
them in Washington State.
On paper, it's still alive.
Correct.
In legal documents, it's still alive.
Yeah, because Oregon's they're independent baseball though.
Are they?
They're
Yeah.
independent in everything.
Oh,
right
is it
now.
everything?
Right now.
But legally, yes.
But legally,
they are
it
part
still
of the
exists
Pac-12.
because they're trying to bring it back with members of the Mountain
Now,
West.
I don't like what you said, though, John. I watched baseball. I watched Creighton this weekend, and I watched Nebraska this weekend.
Well, I meant like
Why didn't you
nationally.
watch Squeeze
beyond.
play?
I don't know, Nick. Why were you at Cake last night? Because I have other things that I would rather do. You can't say you love college baseball and go to a concert the first weekend of the tournament. That's
I can
a tough
go
look.
if it's Cake. Cake hasn't been to Omaha forever.
I can read a book if it's a book that I'm enjoying. I read a book this weekend that was awesome.
Yeah, but you can read that book anytime. I can't go to Cake every night.
Maybe I can't read it anytime, though. Yeah.
402-951-1620 while these two argue about books and cake.
I love books.
I love Cake.
402-951-1620 is the Prairie Flower Casino hotline where you can register to win $100 each week from Prairie Flower Casino in our website. Just go right there, 1620thezone.com. You can register, and we draw a winner every week.
Badass.
You can also hit us up, JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. And the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone in the first ring.
We keep mentioning the Prairie Flower
Casino Zone hotline.
Yeah, we got a text from LSD Will. I consider the period of time after the local teams are done with baseball and the start of fall camp as the doldrums. Football, let's go. So he says we're currently in the doldrums.
It's not the doldrums. It's a wonderful time of year. The weather is nice. You can go out and play.
Would you say the weather is nice? It was thick yesterday.
Well, yeah,
and
it's a
hazy. It was like an IPA out there. It was
Yeah,
hazy.
It was
well,
thick
but
and
that's
hazy.
because the Canadians are lighting everything on fire again.
Yeah, it was toasty. I took Banks out for a short walk with Black Dog.
I mean,
the sun's going to hit
it's
him.
warm. I get it. It's gonna get worse, but it's nice.
Now, this morning was gorgeous. Took him out for a walk this morning.
It's
Awesome.
very nice.
Yeah. Love the
See,
sun
the
setting
problem
so
with all
late.
you football people is you think you need to have it 24/7, 365.
No.
You can't.
No,
because
no,
if you
no.
do, you're going to get tired
No.
of it.
I don't want it. I just want it.
You should be
No.
thanking me.
John, I
you should
don't-
be thanking me
I
for
want
my
this.
season.
I want this on the record.
Because it's my idea to have
I
seasons.
don't want the college football season to be here today because it's June 2nd. I just want to talk about it today.
And we do.
Okay.
Every single day.
Well, let's do it a little bit more today. And then
Why?
a little bit more tomorrow. And then a little bit
See,
more.
but then again, you keep eating your ice cream, and pretty soon when the real ice cream gets here, you'll be like, I'm so bored.
No. Do you
This
know me?
Cincinnati game is so boring.
I would never say such a word unless
It's so
Nebraska's up by
awful.
50 in the first quarter, which they won't be up by 50 in the first quarter.
Wow, you don't believe they can be up by 50 in the first quarter?
No, put that on the list. Nebraska will not lead Cincinnati by 50 points in the first quarter.
Put it on the
Tomatoes.
list.
All right.
Put it on the list.
I will.
All right, we will continue with the Grum, and great to have you with us here on this Monday on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Get into Prairie Flower Casino and get in the game. Prairie Flower has hundreds of new slot machines along with the PFC Sportsbook, video poker and keno, electronic craps, blackjack, and roulette. Looking for a bite in the beverage? You'll love all our options, including Sky Bar and Grill, with nonstop sports on our wall-to-wall TVs and the friendly service you know and love. Play longer, win more at Prairie Flower Casino, minutes north of downtown Omaha. Must be 21. Please bet responsibly.
3-2 North Carolina, top of the third. Winner to the Super Regional.
What in the world? What did he just throw down? Was that an armband?
I think it fell off. He didn't throw it down, did he?
It looked like he threw it down, and then
really?
the umpire stopped the play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, you can't, because it was right in front of him. You can't have that right there. It's in the field of play.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Come on.
This is ridiculous.
Can I get a tiny little rant before we get to
Please.
the other stuff?
Please.
One of the dumbest things in all of sports.
Yeah.
Is home teams being on the road in the Super Regionals or in the Regionals.
Agreed.
This is so stupid.
I agree.
Just let them hit last. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, there's a reason why they got to host. They're the home team.
So give them all of the fixins when they come with
Yeah,
them.
this is
I've never understood this.
Yeah, it's just a goofy,
If you want to alternate in the College World Series because no one's really a home team, that's fine with me. But I would say I think that the lower seeded team should always be the home team.
How about every regional is just neutral site?
No.
Hell no, Nick. Hell no.
No.
That's garbage.
I mean, it works perfect for this. It does. You get great home crowds. You get a lot of enthusiasm. And as has been proven, it doesn't mean you win. As we've already seen several home teams, including the two top home teams this week, get eliminated. They're no longer around.
Correct.
So it's a pretty decent format, but I totally agree with you. It's ridiculous. North Carolina should be the home team. They're hosting.
By the way, some of the games tonight are starting super late locally.
Well, and
where's Little Rock at? That's Arkansas, right? They're Central, so that's an 8:00 game, and the Southern Miss game is at 8:00 too.
Yes.
Or is Mississippi Eastern time?
No, Mississippi's
Central time. Yikes.
Mississippi is
But
Central.
you have Oregon State. Why isn't that the late game? Because then you could actually start it at 8 or 9 like a normal thing.
That is a great question.
That's odd.
That is but you have two of the regionals in the Central time zone starting at 8:00 local time.
Yeah, that doesn't make a whole.
It's almost like the network that decided to put the Nebraska-Cincinnati game at 8:00 Central time.
Everything comes back to football.
Decided to do the same thing with Central. It's almost like people in New York don't understand time zones.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they
I don't think they do.
Maybe they don't get.
I really don't think they do. Either that, or they're all still in a deep, dark depression because Smelly Town lost. Yay, Pacers!
It is sad.
I get the vibe that people from New York don't care about any time zone other than their own.
Oh, that's...
And you know what they definitely don't care about? College baseball. They don't care.
It is so true.
They don't care about college baseball.
Do you want to bring a friend on the front? Here's,
Yeah.
I believe Joe in Vegas out there.
Joe?
Escorting folks around.
Gentlemen, first of all, John, I hope and pray that you're doing better.
I'm here.
I broke my wrist 2 days after my high school graduation.
Ooh.
I was in the back end of a buddy's truck, and we both had our hands, my friend Rick Irwin, who almost vehicular manslaughtered me. He thought we both had our hands on the back of his truck, me and my buddy Todd. He hits the gas before the light turns green. I pop out the back end and land on my head/wrist and had to have pins put in my wrist and for the whole summer.
Yeah.
So I in turn had the same type of stupid accident you did.
Yeah. Well, yours is a better story than tripping over the freaking lawn bag.
Yeah. Well, the bad part is that my dad had a liver transplant about 2 weeks earlier. And so he was at UNMC for 12 hours prior to me because he had some complications. My parents go home. A half hour later, I show up at the same emergency ward at the UNMC that my dad was at.
Oh, my gosh.
So then we call my parents back. And when the nurse gets there, she goes, "What are you still doing here with my mom?" She says this to my mom. She goes, "What are you still doing here? We just released your husband," because I was a junior. And so she goes, "Well, my idiot son just broke his wrist." And so we spent another 6 hours in the hospital working on me then.
Oh.
So, like I said, when I heard your story, I wanted to call in ahead of time, but there were so many other people picking on you. I thought I would wait to share that when you got back.
That's
It's good
funny.
to see you in studio, by the way, brother. Now, however, I do have some complaints, John.
Oh, here we go.
Do you remember when Lyle Bremser was broadcasting for Nebraska and they referred to him as Mr. Football?
You did, yeah.
But if you would turn your head to the left, I want to introduce you to my new nomination. I believe since 2021,
Oh, good
this man
Lord.
has been the the standard bearer for Nebraska media football excellence.
Hell yeah.
And I believe that the standard
Joe,
bearer
are you
of
sure you didn't
football
fall out of the back of
for
your friend's
Nebraska
truck again
football-
before you called this show?
Hold on. Is that I believe the new moniker for Mr. Football in the state of Nebraska should go to unsportsmanlike conduct. Star of the show. Hey, baseball pervert, listen to this.
I'm listening.
Need some sort of thing that's going to announce from this point forward that Josh Peterson should be referred to as Mr. Football in the state of Nebraska.
Awesome.
I mean, if it wasn't
Nick,
for
make the
Josh,
Canva.
we'd be listening to all this stupid NASCAR crap. All this.
We hardly ever talk about NASCAR. What are you talking
That's
about?
because of me. I'm the last line of defense.
F1 stuff, but you see, the thing is, it's suggested, and this is the thing that's bad. It's suggested. And
Okay.
thank God for Josh Peterson.
All right.
Thank God for his strength. I mean, this man is out running marathons, and yet his only focus is making sure that the state of Nebraska cares about what they care about the most, and that's football. And if this man wasn't standing up for these things, God knows what would happen. I mean, we got Jacob.
Football would
Bigelow.
disappear?
This idiot-
Is that what you're
this
saying?
idiot doesn't want to talk about football in a state that pays his salary because he's complaining because, oh, God forbid, we talk about football in March. But here, Josh Peterson.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Mr. Football in Nebraska.
Thank you.
Trying to do this. I mean, Josh, I just want to say thank you once again for being the standard bearer that all other sports media here in town should follow, because it's obvious that you're the only one that cares about what pays your salary.
The
That's
only one.
football.
Joe, you're welcome. Joe, I want to say this. Thank you for your kind words, and you're welcome. I'm happy to do this for you and the many others.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
And F1's not a sport, Nick, so don't worry. We're never talking about that. No one wants to hear that crap.
Thank
no
you,
one cares
Joe.
about guys driving around in circles. See you, boys.
Bye-bye, Joe. All right.
It's less of a circle and more of a circuit. You're thinking of IndyCar. They like to do circles more.
Anywho. Oh, there you go. You got your new moniker. Congratulations.
Mr. Football. What did they call Tony Barnhart? What did they call that guy?
Mr. S. I thought it was Mr. SEC.
Okay, thank God. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't infringing upon any copyright.
Well, once again, the oft mocked, oft criticized sport that people try to bury and try to get to disappear.
Like you!
Football.
Like you.
Somehow is risen from the grave like the Undertaker. Just sticking his hand up through the dirt.
And I'm here to talk about it. I'm here to talk about it. I'm here to write about it. I'm here to say anything that you want to hear. I'll just write and say football. Football, 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 football. It's great. Hell, I mean, that said, John, I mean, you were watching baseball and you were thinking of the Big Ten. So I guess you and I are two sides of the same
I wasn't.
coin.
No one watches baseball and thinks about the Big Ten.
And yet you talked about it to start today's show. A text from the 402 writes, that caller sucks. Screw him. Wow. I feel like by saying that caller sucks, then that means I suck.
That must have been someone from the estate of the Bremser family who wants to keep that moniker in the family instead of giving it to you, apparently. I don't know.
Nice.
Well, okay. If
Wow, we were going to talk about Ed Service here. I could tell, right? That was going to be. This was going to be an Ed Service segment, and now it's become football pilled.
I guess not.
I guess we can do Ed Service next.
I guess not.
I
mean, if we were to whore up the show with football, what would we be talking about right now? Go.
Right now, I mean, well, I don't want to infringe on a later topic, but the football stadium stuff and what's going on there, that would be one thing we could do, right? I just don't want to infringe on it for later.
Please.
Well, Saquon Barkley is apparently the Madden cover athlete.
Oh my God!
So I'm just giving you potential topics, John. I'm just giving you potential things.
That
to
sounds
talk
exciting.
About. Well, some people really care. Other people wonder if it means a curse.
I don't.
You know, the Madden.
First of all, can you even be on the cover anymore? They don't sell hard copies. It's a digital.
They don't sell
download.
any hard copies anymore.
I don't think so.
They still sell hard copies of video.
But it's like
John. It's like a Madden thumbnail. Then it's not. It's a cover thumbnail.
Well, but the thumbnail apparently doesn't have a curse attached to it
that we know of. Yeah, that's true.
So, who was on the Madden thumbnail last year?
I don't know.
Wow, so memorable.
I don't remember.
No one remembers.
Well, it's annoying too because they'll do the standard edition, then they'll do like a collector edition or whatever.
It was Christian McCaffrey,
who had a fine season last year, one of the best seasons ever for the Frisco Niners.
I'd say the curse was very real last year.
I'd say the Madden thumbnail worked beautifully.
The Madden thumbnail curse
beautifully
definitely was hurting. Jimmy says that we could talk about Cruton. If we want to do football.
Dear
There's
God.
like a camp this weekend or something.
Listen, it's warm enough in this studio. I'm already getting sleepy. You want to talk about recruiting? I'll fall right damn asleep.
No, John, we got to pretend it's a decade ago when recruiting was the hot goss. People loved talking about recruiting a decade ago. Nobody cares
I don't
anymore.
miss those days.
Yeah, me neither. Handshake me on
I
that
don't
one.
miss those days.
Besides,
Besides, Nebraska's only got what, like 4 or 5 commits?
Yeah.
And it's not about recruiting anymore. It's about the transfer
but
portal.
they're having a camp this weekend, so that'll be fun for like 27 and 28 prospects. It's so far away.
Good.
It's so far away.
I
These guys are gonna be sophomores this year.
I wish them the very best.
I hope that they have great careers.
I hope they have a nice little campfire and make some s'mores.
Do you want to go cover it?
Hell no.
You're not going to be on the show on Monday. We could do like a podcast. We could record a podcast after the camp and
Hell
release it
no.
on the 1620, the Jays feed or something.
Let me tell you something that even in the heyday when Nebraska was really, really good that I didn't care about, football camps.
Theo writes Calabrasca heart emoji. You remember Calabrasca? People loved Calabrasca.
Yeah.
They had shirts.
It went very well, that era. It was a good era.
Hey, Tristan Gebbia showed up, and so did Keyshawn Jr.
Yeah, and then they
Remember
left.
Keyshawn
and then
Jr.?
They left. Yes, I know. We all remember Keyshawn Jr. because people in this state are like, oh my God, a celebrity might root for our team.
Hey, John, it's fun to get excited for things.
and then what happened?
Bad times.
And they left.
402 says you could do an early fantasy football preview show. What about that? That's football, fantasy football.
Let's talk about recruiting.
You'd rather do recruiting than fantasy football?
Yes.
Wow. We could do a bracket of the things John would least want to talk about. Would fantasy football
I tell you
be
what,
the ultimate?
That little the magic fairy or the magic genie lamp needs to get here quick so I can get my COVID summer here.
Nice. Jimmy says, John, what exactly is more exciting in your mind? Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Well, there's a lot of good stuff. There was really interesting stuff that happened this weekend.
Well, let's talk about it then. Let's take a break.
Really
Let's talk
interesting
about
stuff,
it.
but there was it had nothing to do with really, it had nothing to do with football.
Yeah.
Again, I love football. I really do. But as you know, I love my seasons.
You do love your seasons.
And this is not football season.
It's talk about football season is what it is. Let's get excited about football season.
Not really.
I'm getting excited. You're not getting excited?
No.
Games.
No.
Pageantry.
Are you getting excited for Christmas?
A little bit. You know, it'll be
No,
fun.
you're not. You're lying.
My mom sends
Stop
a text
it.
on the 25th every month that says blank months until Christmas. And I'm always like, oh, that'll be fun.
Oh, and this is the person that wants to throat slash me or whatever it is you said she wanted to
Throat
do.
chop you,
Throat
I
chop,
believe.
throat slash. I mean, chop,
She doesn't want to slash your throat, John. She doesn't
Sometimes
want you
people
to
slash tomatoes. They don't chop tomatoes.
She doesn't
I
want
don't
you to
know.
die. She just wants you to get
Well, I don't know. A chop to the throat could hurt.
Probably. I don't think my mom would kill you, though. I think that would be a bummer for her. She'd go to jail. I would be also very sad. And then I would blame you, though. I'd get mad at you for putting my mom in prison.
I'd be dead.
Yeah, well, I'd still get mad at you. Still get mad at you.
All right. Well, we'll wrap up the local baseball seasons.
Yeah.
When we continue. And yes, there will be, don't worry.
Football?
There will be football. There will be football.
Cool.
On 1620 The Zone. Well, the Jays ran into a buzzsaw known as Arkansas this weekend.
Razor saw?
Or Razorback. They ran into a pretty nasty hog.
Nice.
Losing both of their games at the regional to Arkansas last night, 8-3 to wrap up the regular season and thus end the coaching career of Ed Service, head coach after 22 years at Creighton for 28. The first 6 as an assistant under Jack Dahm. And pretty cool exchange last night between the two head coaches, Dave Van Horn, who, of course, first encountered Ed Service when he was at Creighton, and when Van Horn was at Nebraska.
Yeah.
And, of course, last night, the final game down in Arkansas. Nick, do you have the video up there? I'll bring this up. So here's the exchange that happened between the two in the handshake line.
Best, man. You're the toughest competitor I've ever went up against in all the years I've been doing this. That starts back in our days at Nebraska. I wish you the best, man. I wish you the best. I'm not too far behind you. You always got a few more years.
If you missed it there, Dave Van Horn said, "I'm not too far behind you." So I'm sure some Arkansas fans are like, "Please, no.
That's pretty cool that he said that, about him being a competitor going back to his time at Nebraska. Because, now we're coming on, it's been over 20 years since he was at Nebraska.
Yeah, and Ed was there as the assistant at the time because Ed didn't become head coach until 2004.
And by that was the first year, right? Or was that the second year that he was at Arkansas?
Second,
because they made it in 01 and 02.
I think 2003 was his first year in Arkansas.
Okay, so he left after the.
But they obviously they had crossed paths.
Sure,
but yeah, and having the opportunity to work under both coaches, because I did games for Nebraska when Van Horn was a coach. There's so much similarities. You talk about guys who love the game and have a certain style and insist upon good fundamentals and, respecting the game. Those guys are like two peas in a pod.
Really?
Yeah. Different personalities, but very similar. I would guess if you watched a Dave Van Horn practice, it would look very much like a Ed Service practice.
Yeah.
But after the game, you have the audio, Nick, ready to go. After the game, Ed Service spoke to the media. Really his last press conference as the head coach, and talked about how important it was this season was for the players.
I wanted to have an opportunity to work with Sailors again, and Kyle Hess and Tate Gillen and Ben North, guys who have been a part of this for 3 years going on 4. So it made the decision to come back easy, and you can tell by just interacting with these two guys how mature and poised, articulate, caring, compassionate they are. So it's easy to be around those guys. And it would have been easy to walk away if we didn't have those kind of, that kind of nucleus. And these players, I've said it multiple times, they deserve a ton of credit. There was a rough patch in the summer where we went weeks without understanding what was going to go on. And they hung in there and they stayed together. So there's no guarantees that they were going to get rewarded like they did, but they did. And I'm just so pleased for them. My mission has always been the player. I wanted the player to have a good experience. And even though tonight hurts, I think when they reflect back, they'll realize they had a good experience.
Yeah, this could have been a really awkward and uncomfortable year.
Yeah.
It could have been a really awkward and uncomfortable year.
Yeah, because what if the year had gone the same as maybe last year did, where you miss out on the conference tournament? Mm-hmm. There would have been a lot of, the new coaches couldn't mesh and
Correct.
all this other stuff. And instead, it turned out to be one of Ed's best teams and best season.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in the Big East era.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
With doing what they were able to do in the regular season.
And honestly, you can make the argument. There's no shame in losing to Arkansas. Arkansas is a team that definitely has the look of being a national champion.
And, the last win, too, it's like this super stressful game because, for a while it looks like they're going to coast. And I think it was Happer who said it on the broadcast. It's like they've gone from counting outs to, just trying to get a victory and move on. But there was a while there when you're up by 7 runs, and then it gets a little bit closer. It's like, yeah, but still a few outs to go, and then they tie the game, but Creighton's able to walk them off. And so what a fun, exciting final win that Ed Service was able to have in his last year as a Creighton Blue Jay.
Just a common, he spoke for about 15, 20 minutes last night after the game, and the common theme was the players.
I'm proud that I had an opportunity to create something there. And I'm real proud of the direction of the program. I'm real proud of what we stand for. I'm real proud of the young man that came through our program. I've heard from so many of them this year. It's really been the highlight, besides winning games and winning some of the things that we did, was hearing from so many former players through text messages, through phone calls, through emails. I can't tell you how many I've heard from. And it's just great. It's a feeling I can't describe, to hear from your former players who you may not have seen for 15 years. I had a player drive from St. Louis to Indianapolis to hand deliver me a letter that he wanted to hand deliver me. He didn't want to send it to an email. He wanted to hand deliver it. Well, St. Louis and Indianapolis, that's not a 30-minute drive. And he brought his 2 children with him because he wanted me to meet his kids. And I thought, well, that's pretty special. It's one of the reasons why you try to get into coaching, is to try to make a difference. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, but you try.
It's kind of interesting, too, because in a lot of ways, I'm trying to think of the best analogy. And it is. It's like sometimes you remember fondly back on a good teacher that you had. But when you were in the moment, It was like, oh my God, teacher just gave me homework. Teacher did this, teacher did that. And it's like, this person is here to make my life miserable. When in fact, what they're trying to do is to help you learn something.
Push you.
And it was that way a lot of times with Ed Service, where it was like, oh, here we're practicing again. We're doing this. There's not a lot of, jocularity going on. It's work. But then after you're gone and after you've moved on in your life, you reflect back to those days. Oh, yeah, I remember when teacher did this or when teacher did that.
And you view it through a different lens, right? And the hard things,
appreciate it more.
Yes, and the things soften a little bit. And
sure.
Look, I have to imagine, John, when you were a kid, there were things that your parents did. You're like, I would never do that. And then eventually become a father. And then you do that with your kids. And it's like, you learn, though, along the way. And you take those lessons and you apply those lessons. And so, to hear those kinds of stories, I have to imagine that has to be incredibly special for him as a coach who has players who are wanting to do that. And again, that this season ended. I mean, look, it didn't end with them back in Omaha, playing in the College World Series. But I mean, I would say for a program of this caliber, this season couldn't have gone any better in terms of the last year, under Ed Service. And so to have some of those extra stories along the way had to be really, really, really special.
And, having been around the program for the last 20 years, and listen, there's more than one way to coach a team. The way I see Mac interact with his players and the way I saw Ed interact with his players are 2 very different ways.
Yeah. But
they're effective in their own way. And I think we heard Ed talk about this a couple of weeks ago. He said, when I was coaching them, I didn't want to get too close to them because I knew I was going to have to make some hard decisions, and I didn't want anything to cloud my judgment. And so the real relationship comes afterwards, and thus you get the stories like you heard there. One more thing here from Ed Service from last night. And it was about just how proud he was of what the program became.
I never had any idea that I would be a college coach, let alone a Division I coach. Some things fell into place. I got a few opportunities. I tried to take advantage of them. I can tell you this much. I gave Creighton everything I had. For 28 years, I gave them everything I had. And they got their money's worth. And I tried to develop our players, both on and off the field. We've had 0 issues with our players off the field. We've never lost a player due to eligibility in 28 years. We're real proud of that. You all know the records. You know the wins and the losses. You don't know the other stuff and how good these kids have been in the classroom, how productive they have been when they've left our place, how they've conducted themselves while they're at Creighton University. They have represented the university in a fine fashion. They should be recognized for that too.
So there was a little bit from last night, and now they move on to a different era.
Yeah, and so you said a few minutes ago, you said what you did about how you've seen how Greg McDermott coaches and how you've seen how Ed Service coaches. And it just was another reminder to me, like, oh, that's right. And he's about to retire too. And Kirsten Bernthal Booth just stepped away.
Mm-hmm.
This athletic department is undergoing just massive changes with coaches who have had, like, he didn't reach the highest peak of Creighton baseball, right? They made the College World Series back in 1991.
Right.
Greg McDermott has, Kirsten Bernthal Booth has, and all three of them over the course of, I don't know, let's just say 24 months are going to have left or retired. And it is going to be really interesting to see what this athletic department that, it seems like it's in a very healthy place, at least in terms of conference-wise. Guess let's see what the future of college sports look like, but certainly recent success outside of baseball, again, has reached heights that they've never seen before. But baseball's still been really, really good. And so to lose somebody like this, somebody as important as Ed Service or Greg McDermott or KBB, it's just it's a fascinating time for a athletic department that, in my time working here at the Zone, and especially since you and I have been on the air together, has just been very, very, very consistent.
Yeah, it has. And certainly change is inevitable. These things were going to happen. But yeah, the fact that it is all coming down at a relatively short order, it happens to everyone.
Yeah, it does.
And what you hope for is that you have hired really good coaches to be in their place. They think they have a pretty good situation with Brian Rosen with the volleyball team, with Coach Huss, Al Huss, and the basketball team, and Mark Kingston. I look forward to seeing the Mark Kingston era at Creighton. I mean, this is an accomplished baseball coach who has been at the highest level. He's coached in the SEC, and he's had success at a similar level as Creighton when he was at Illinois State. And of course, all the assistants that were brought in were people that are going to be retained under Coach Kingston. And so you hope they can build off of it, but it'll be very different. It'll be very different, but different doesn't have to be worse. It doesn't guarantee better, but it doesn't have to be worse. Mm-hmm. So I'll very much look forward to it, to see what comes in the future. And then there was what happened to Nebraska yesterday.
Yeah, I think the vibes of how Creighton season ending, even though it ended with a loss, as it does for almost everybody, not going to be felt with how Nebraska's season came to an end.
I mean, you don't want to, you never want to look at the final game and say, and let that define you, right? Because the season is a part of an entire process. But when you look at the ups and downs of this Nebraska baseball season, it did fit, given that super high highs at the end of the Big Ten championship, and then come into the regionals, get shut down. All the talk about, the Oklahoma pitching decision.
Yeah.
It actually, it worked, but it didn't work because they still threw their best pitcher against North Carolina and lost. Now they are playing today, and North Carolina is laying a whipping on Oklahoma right now, 8-2. But for it to go out like this, and I suppose the thing that makes it worse for Nebraska fans is this has been a scene that we've seen before. They got spanked last year by Florida. A couple years earlier, they got spanked by UConn in one of these circumstances. The Sunday game after you lose a heartbreaking decision either on Saturday or on Friday.
There's a lot of comparisons to be made to the UConn because it was a walk-off against Oklahoma State on a Saturday night. They had to turn around and immediately play on Sunday, and they got shellacked in that game. Though this wasn't that because they got a win on Saturday, and so they went into yesterday thinking, all right, can you win one early and then, maybe get a crack at North Carolina. And like we talked about earlier, I mean, within 2 innings, the game was over. It was just like, okay, they are just not going to be able to participate in this. And I think the frustrating part, I watched the Creighton Arkansas game, and it's just like Arkansas is the better baseball team.
Yes.
And they are. They're the better baseball program. Like, they are a national championship contender, and they're the highest seed or lowest seed, whatever you want to say, right? That is still remaining in the tournament at this point in time. Oklahoma's not that. And Nebraska, I mean, John, like routine, just like mistakes that they are making out there in the field. And that was I think, as a sports fan, you want your team to show up, and like if they're going to lose, okay. You just don't want it to feel like the game was given away, that they in a way didn't participate in the action. And so for it to so quickly turn into, all right, we're all just counting outs together now until this game is over.
Yeah, it was a comedy of errors. I mean, 3 errors in the first inning.
And dude, some basic stuff.
Yeah.
With some of these errors, just some basic stuff.
And of course, it's, again, only one team gets to win at the end of the season and do the ultimate dog pile. But when I look at this situation right now for Nebraska baseball, could it be better? Of course it could be better. But given the neighborhood that they're in right now, what Nebraska did this season, it ain't bumping your head against the ceiling, but you're still in good company. You're still in rare air. You're still in the tournament. You're still playing. And you can be disappointed, and certainly there were good moments. Beating Oregon State, a team that's still playing today. Beating Vanderbilt. Granted, Vanderbilt's gone, but they were the number 1 overall seed. There is potential there. But unfortunately, I do think being in this conference, there is a ceiling. There is a ceiling, and very, very, very rarely do teams like a Michigan a couple of years ago or 2019 can actually exceed that ceiling. But that happens once every 30 years.
Yeah, man. The further
and we'll see if the Pac-12 programs help elevate it or not. Time will tell. I'm not going to make one snap judgment based on this year, but there is I did an exercise over the weekend. I was just curious. I looked at draft picks over the last 5 years.
Okay.
Baseball and MLB draft picks. And the SEC has like 4 times the number of top 5 draft picks as the Big Ten Conference. That's where the talent is right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is a different world than the football world, than the basketball world. It is a different world. And so you're not in the high rent district. You're not in the gated we talk about the gated community and being in the Big Ten from a monetary standpoint and a prestige standpoint. But if you just drill it down to the baseball world, you're in a middle-class neighborhood.
Yeah, well, if that.
You're in a middle-class
neighborhood. And I think the further that 2001 and 2 and 5 and just that whole era, last hosting a regional in 08, right? Further we get away from that, the more that you just got to say or ask, was it just a moment in time? It was 10 years. Not even. It was 9, right? Because 99 is really when it kickstarts, and then 08 is the last time they hosted. That's 10 seasons, And you just wonder, it's not a birthright. It's not a birthright. And for a long time, I thought, well, look, they care. They care more than any other Big Ten team. And I don't even know if you can say that anymore because of the West Coast schools that are in the conference. But, who you surround yourself with hurts or helps, depending on the league that you're in. And in Nebraska's case, it's going to hurt. That said, I don't think that means that they have to lose by 1 million runs.
No, they don't. And that's the disappointing thing. If they would have gone out and lost, like Creighton did and just got bludgeoned by a better team, that's one thing. And I'm not saying Oklahoma's not in the same class, in my opinion, as Arkansas. But for it to go sideways like that.
And again, some of the basic errors that they have, where they're trying to turn 2 and throw it to second base. And it's just you guys to jump to make a catch. It's like, what are you doing? These are some basic plays.
Yeah, Sam McEwen pointed it out over the weekend. He said across 20 years and 10 regionals, Nebraska is 1-9 versus power conference team in the NCAA tournament, with an average score of 9-4, which actually sounds competitive.
It does.
Compared to yesterday's game.
Yes, it does.
But that includes losses to Arizona State, Oklahoma State twice, Arkansas twice, Florida twice, Oklahoma twice. Yeah, just a 1-9 record. But again, part of it too is there's a ceiling. For Big Ten teams, there is a ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And while Nebraska hasn't bumped its head on it yet, I think that ceiling for Big Ten teams is host a regional. We've seen that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we see,
maybe
year.
make a super regional. That's the ceiling right now. And again, you do get a team like an Indiana in 2013, 2014, or a Michigan in 2019 that can exceed the ceiling. But those are rare.
Those are the rarities, yeah.
Those are very rare. 402-951-1620 if you have thoughts. We will come back and have more after this on 1620 The Zone. Back here on the Grum, 402-951-1620.
By the way, I don't think we mentioned it. No Mitch Sherman today.
No, Mitch is on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
He's
we call
on
him
vacation.
That's why we call him Vacation Mitch.
We don't call him that, Nick.
Well, not to his face.
Wow. Matthew writes, not giving Bolt a pass because they should be more consistent, but the school isn't putting money into the program like power programs.
I was just thinking of this question as I was during the break. And I don't know the answer to this because I can't say I've been to, well, I haven't. I have not been to every SEC facility. I have not been to every Big Ten facility. But I was trying to think, okay, I wonder who has the worst baseball facilities in the SEC.
And then how does that compare?
And I would be willing, this is me spitballing, but I would be willing to wager that those facilities would be top 3 in the Big Ten. Mm-hmm. Just talking baseball facilities.
Sure.
Not the broader athletic department, because certainly, obviously, if you want to use the weight room, you can use the weight room at You know, at the
baseball only facility.
Yeah, just talking about, you know, the stadium and the stuff. I mean, Connor couldn't stop gushing about it this weekend, but the facilities at Arkansas.
Well,
that's the building just beyond the right field wall if you were watching the games this weekend.
Yeah,
But
he sent out some photos. It's a palace.
Yeah, and that's all for baseball.
And
that's
John, think
all
about
of it for baseball, weightlifting, for training, for all of it.
We like to talk about how Nebraska has, you know, good facilities, and not to say they're bad.
And they do.
But, I mean, Haymarket Park's now how old? 20 years, 22, 23 years, you know?
Yeah, 2002 was its first year.
23 years, you know? So even something that still feels kind of new is suddenly 2.5 decades old, you know? And that's a great question. Worse in the SEC, how does it compare to the Big Ten? Plus, that's where all the talent is, you know? It's just really, really hard. It's just really hard. Mike says probably Missouri would be the worst in the SEC, and they are still adequate.
Yeah, and I've not been down to Missouri's facility, so I couldn't say for sure. But again, I would be willing to wager that whatever the worst is in the SEC would probably rate in the top 3 or 4 in the Big Ten.
Severe, who will join us a little later, he says I would say UCLA field it's a tiny high school park for the Big Ten. I always for some reason think of Northwestern having the worst.
And the funny thing about Jackie Robinson Stadium is technically it's not theirs. I mean, it's on because there was an issue earlier this year. It's on VA land, and they originally weren't going to be able to play there this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, and UCLA is kind of it's a different circumstance because, well, we already knew UCLA was having some difficulties when it joined the conference.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now USC, they're building new facilities for baseball. Which will probably be among the best.
USC has never really had the best facilities, which is, you know, like I remember when they were in their heyday in the Pete Carroll era, there were articles written about how their stuff is dumpy, and that stadium is super old and not great. But, you know, access to talent will go a long way, long way to help you win championships.
Yeah, it has always been about access to talent.
It's got to be so hard to be competitive in the college football space against Southern schools and Southern teams.
You mean college baseball?
Or college baseball, sorry. Just because,
I mean, football and Nick Brain.
When the season starts in March, it's already fine down there.
That is...
Like, it's not great, but it's better than here.
Look, and John, you know, there's a very particular listener that loves to tweet to John about pushing the baseball season back. And look, it's never going to happen. I do understand why he wants it, though, and why a northern school would want it, because that has to be really, really difficult, you know, to start a season. And first of all, it's cold and snowy, and so you're relegated to being indoors, and that's not good for anybody.
No.
And then when the season starts, you're usually on the road, and that has to be extremely difficult too. That you don't get the home games, that you don't get at least a tournament coming to your ballpark, and you're dealing with that stuff, you know, for the first month for sure. Sometimes even into April. That's got to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, sure.
Now, it's not changing. It's just a part of the deal of college baseball, you know?
It is. And some might say, well, why can't you move the season back? Well,
it's already ending after the college, you know, semester. A traditional semester system is
right.
done, you know?
The issue now is there's much bigger fish to fry in the world of college athletics. So the priority of adjusting the baseball, if we were living in normal times
like these,
normal times in college athletics where we weren't
like 25 years ago,
where we weren't talking about all the things we're talking about right now with college athletics.
Sure.
You might be able to have that conversation, and you might be able to get some movement on that conversation. But we're running into a very interesting period for sports like baseball, because as the college business landscape changes, and more money has to go towards different things that you never had to pay for before, AKA the athletes. It is going to make a lot of schools really prioritize their pecking order.
Yeah. What's
Football.
the ROI on college baseball for a lot of these schools? Not great.
In the SEC, the ROI is good.
Yeah.
Because it can
make money.
It can make revenue. But in a lot of places, especially, and you might say, well, but if they move the season, then, well, one of the biggest arguments against moving the season is, first of all, Major League Baseball is still going to hold its draft when it wants to. They're not going to wait for that. The second thing is, you would get a lot of folks, well, situations like Nebraska's, for example. They share the stadium with the Salt Dogs. College baseball works perfectly for that arrangement because when the college season ends, their season begins.
Mm-hmm.
If they're starting to compete for dates, makes things a little more difficult. Also, you got a lot of northern markets where you're competing with something called, Major League Baseball. The reason why the market is there in the SEC for college baseball is because the weather's good all the time. The facilities are there and they're very nice. And they got a head start. You know, they decided to put a lot of eggs in the baseball basket many years ago. This wasn't something that just happened 5 years ago. This has been happening for the last 20, 30 years. You know, when folks started to see what LSU was able to do and go, we might be able to do that too. And they started following suit. The problem today is you're not going to get, just name your average Big Ten school. Don't mean to pick on, but Penn State. Okay, Penn State, for example. Penn State's got bigger fish to fry right now.
Nebraska has bigger fish to fry.
And Nebraska has bigger fish.
What do we talk about when we talk
about
rev share? We say football, and then we're probably saying volleyball for Nebraska in terms of,
well,
who's
it's
1 and 2.
Football, men's basketball, volleyball.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're right, but
You
it
think
wouldn't surprise
volleyball's
me.
ahead of basketball?
Wouldn't surprise me. I don't think it will be.
Right.
But would it surprise you?
But the point is, so you got to feed those big mouths.
Yes. And then
it's everybody
then
else.
after that, you have women's basketball,
Yeah.
Comment from Mike. He says, rev share and NIL will completely change baseball. I would say, will it, or will it just emphasize the things that we're already seeing in the sport right now and turn it up to 11? I don't think that the sport's going to change. I think the teams that are really good right now are going to be even better. And I think that a lot of the quote unquote lesser schools are going to fall off even more.
Rev share can change it, but it's going to change it at the places that have already prioritized it.
See, and that's not changing. It's just emphasizing it more. It's making them better. If you can offer a full scholarship, that's going to make those teams even better.
While a Mississippi State or an Arkansas will prioritize baseball, a Nebraska will prioritize volleyball.
Yes, exactly.
When it comes to rev share.
And
because
that's okay.
And we talked about this on Friday, the interview that Troy Dannon did with the Journal-Star, where he talked about, we're going to focus, there are going to be certain energies focused in terms of rev share in the places where we've already seen success. Football, volleyball.
Yeah.
And for other sports, well, we might pump up the scholarship side of
number,
things.
yeah, for sure.
But for a school like, for an SEC school like a Mississippi State, I'm not familiar with Mississippi State volleyball. I'm assuming, because I haven't heard much about them, that they're not that great.
It's a great comparison.
But they're gonna say, hey, we got this baseball product, we got this beautiful facility here. We got to make sure that we're feeding this beast. Volleyball, not so much.
There has to be a volleyball equivalent of what Nebraska baseball is, where they have had some success, but it's been like 20 years, and fans are like, why can't we do that anymore? But you know what? In this new era, that university is going to prioritize baseball or something other than volleyball, just like Nebraska is going to prioritize volleyball instead of baseball. And you know what? Is it wrong to just say, that's okay? You can't be great at everything.
No, you can't be great at everything. And one of the issues like the Big Ten has right now is you got schools like Michigan and Ohio State that like hockey, and they've got good hockey programs.
Exactly.
And so are you going to, oh my, we nearly had a terrible collision. Oh, I hope those guys are okay.
Well, it was a terrible collision, right?
Yeah, they're both down. I hope they get up.
And one of them is.
Center fielder and I think second baseman for North Carolina. They are getting up.
Ouch.
Thankfully. 8-2 North Carolina. But the point is, you're right. You can't be great at everything. You can say, we're getting all this rev share money. That means everybody's going to share. No, because first off, the beast needs to be fed first.
And they have more players on that team than any other team does.
And because that's where not all, but that's where 90% of your money is coming in. And then after that, it's, we got to prioritize.
Yep.
This sport means a lot to us, so we're going to make this happen. This sport means something to us, we're going to make this happen. This sport, not so much. Probably aren't going to emphasize that.
And that's when it goes back to the scholarships. Less about the rev share, more about the scholarships. And I think that's what's going to happen with baseball.
And unfortunately, we may see a lot of schools really de-emphasize some of those programs. Maybe some of those middle-tier volleyball schools, Now, there's a difference there because obviously you still have Title IX to address and all of those things. But in terms of actually, putting a lot of hustle behind the muscle, you're gonna target those sports that help bring in revenue. And
Matthew says it. Bring me that second string left tackle. Yeah, that's what that's what's going to be happening.
Sure. So, it's a tough situation. If we were talking 10, 15, 20 years ago, yeah, maybe there's a chance you could really put a lot more emphasis on a sport like baseball in the North. But now that the world has completely changed and gone upside down, a lot of those projects right now are being thrown off on the back burner because we got to figure out how to make revenue share work and make this era work. Otherwise, we won't exist as an athletic department.
Joe in Vegas writes, okay, Mr. Football, it's time to talk about Memorial Stadium upgrades. No one cares about the facilities for baseball out in UCLA. Is it time, John, to talk about football for the folks?
I mean, we did kind of talk about football there, didn't we?
We did, yeah, tangentially. Yeah, that's true.
Sure.
Oh,
I'm
awesome.
So excited.
Really liking all the baseball talk. Maybe I can do a quick Formula Monday.
Nope. You're busy, Nick. You're planning weddings. Why could you do it?
Yeah, that's true. How can you produce and plan a wedding?
Max Verstappen intentionally crashed into George Russell. You can't do that in Formula One. That's dangerous.
Well, yeah. Why would you shouldn't intentionally crash anywhere?
You shouldn't. I agree.
Good take, Nick.
That's true.
Wow, what a sport.
We'll be back, and yes, Mr. Football.
Football.
We'll just let Mr. Football riff for a while.
Football.
On 1620 The Zone.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. It's football season. It's March. Crimea River. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the
Kool-Aid, John.
Sure. My apologies.
What?
All that baseball talk, it just leaking.
Second tackle, second left tackle.
We don't even do that type of radio around here. Everyone always says that. People in Nebraska want to talk about the backup left guard. Nobody wants to talk about the backup left guard.
Some people do.
They just want you to talk about but then they really don't. So, I mean, you've been given the moniker Mr. Football.
Come on, Mr. Football.
Let's go, Mr. Football.
Dance
Fire
for us,
me up.
Mr.
Get
Football.
Get me fired up for football.
Make me care about not baseball right now.
I'm going to get you fired up not for football, but for takes. Because last week, Amy Just, friend of the Grum, had a chance to talk with Troy Dannon, Nick. We've made reference to this. You played the drop earlier.
Dannon.
Unreal. Sometimes you got to.
She could have talked. She could have talked to anybody.
She could have talked to Troy Dannon about.
She talks
baseball.
to a lot of. Her job is to talk to different people.
That's
you can't
true.
just assume. I would assume that.
No, but we have mentioned this on the air today. In fact, and you played that drop today about that conversation. Thank you, Nick.
Nick is still stunned from the whole, Dale Earnhardt came to Formula One thing over the weekend. So
He came to Formula One?
well, no, it's just they actually tried to roughhouse with each other.
Oh,
But anyway,
yeah. Anyway, so Troy Dannon, who's the athletic director of Nebraska,
yes,
he spoke with Amy Just. Well, and we talked about a little bit last week the rev share of it all and what's going on there. But there was another story that went up over the weekend that was titled, "Why is the Devaney Center reseating for Nebraska volleyball?" Troy Dannon has 3 reasons.
I thought this was a football topic, Mr. Football.
I know. Isn't that wild that we can start with volleyball, but it turns into a football conversation because football lives rent free in all of our heads. All of our heads. Anyway, I mean, the volleyball portion of it is kind of interesting if we wanted to talk about that too, but they are going
But
to.
your name's not Mr. Volleyball.
No, it's Mr. Football.
Football.
So because they're going to expand the Devaney Center. There's like old seats that are still there from the basketball days, and they're going to tear down that wall. Gorbabov's going to tear down that wall, and then they're going to have more seats. But one of the things that they're doing inside of that is they will be, and I love this, reseating, not reseating, because we're not talking about the college football playoff, reseating.
Yes.
And so they're essentially trying to line up donor dollars with seats. And he tells this story in here about someone who's given like a ton of money but doesn't have access to volleyball seats, and they're like, we got to find a way to fix this. Well, anyway, to football. Reading from Amy Just's story. The sweeping renovations of the 102-year-old Memorial Stadium are on the horizon. And with that will come a reseat, one unlike ever before undertaken at Nebraska. That reseat, when it does happen, will eliminate the grandfathering of the exemption for seat donations. Here's Dannon. When football reseats, and football will reseat, there's a lot of that angst and aggravation that will come. Dannon added, in 42% of the football stadium, tickets are held by people whose seat requires a donation, but they do not make that donation because the seat has been grandfathered through away from donations, which amounts to over $20 million. $20 million. John, how much is the rev share going to cost?
20 and a half.
Interesting. I wonder why they're looking to do this right now.
I don't know.
That is bonkers. They're leaving that much money on the table?
This is the ultimate kick the can down the road subject for Nebraska athletics. This has been talked about for many years. Bill Byrne is the first that I can recall to bring it up. And oh my God.
Really? That was 30 years ago.
God, did people, whew, boy.
About the grandfathering?
Yes.
So let's back up real fast. So when he brought it up, they had a seat donation that was tied, or was he the first one to create it?
That was like the first. That was the beginning of having seat donations, where in the NFL, they call it seat licenses, but it's, if you want the right to those tickets, you have to pay a certain donor amount.
Correct.
So you can sit in certain places in the stadium. That started under Bill Byrne as a way to raise more revenues. And of course, back then,
it was new, and everyone hates new.
It was new, and everybody hated it. And they had to create a policy where that the people who had the tickets since the time the stadium was built and had passed down those tickets from generation to generation, that those folks would still be exempt from that. Now, fast forward through many generations and different athletic directors.
And that's still the case.
Slowly, and I mean slowly through time, as folks have aged out of the stadium, they've been able to recoup. I say recoup. It's not lost revenue, but it's revenue that they could have had.
They've been able to create revenue.
They've been able to create revenue, but as that article mentions, there are still 42% of the seats in that stadium that still fall under that grandfather clause.
Because I believe
because so for example,
yeah,
the Petersons have had Nebraska tickets in their family since 1940. And you're sitting in 50-yard line seats.
And that's a part of this too, right? Is a lot of the grandfather seats are for what part of the stadium? West Stadium.
Right.
The good seats.
Right. But the Peterson family sitting in those seats.
Wow, in the 40s, instead of going to the war.
Yes, exactly. The Petersons skipped out on the war so they could have season tickets for Nebraska
Trying
football.
to be like our future president.
Meanwhile, the Grimm family, who sits one row in front of you, because they bought their tickets in the 2000s.
Yep, they got to pay.
They're paying
buku bucks.
They're paying a huge seat donation.
And I believe that the seat donation, the best ones or the highest ones, are like $3,000 a pop.
Right.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So literally, you're sitting in the same spot in the same stadium,
but you're paying $3,000 a piece, and I'm paying $0.
And the Petersons, who skipped World War II so they could go to Husker games. But that's and that's happening all throughout the stadium. But you mentioned the thing that's really important is the West Stadium.
The West Stadium, because, and it makes sense, right? When was Memorial Stadium built? 1923. And so if you got in early, or certainly before the Bill Byrne seat tax came in, if you will, you were good to go and you were grandfathered. Now, I do believe, John, and correct me if I'm wrong, at some point within the last 15 to 20 years, they put in a rule that said if you can pass it one more time and then that's it. And so what I think happened was that people then passed it down to like a younger family member. So then they would hopefully keep it in their family for many, many years. One of my best friends, his family is like this, where they've owned seats for many, many years and they have 0 seat donation. Meanwhile, my folks are in the new East Stadium, which is up top. So a seat that is way far away. And I don't remember what they pay, but they pay a couple $100 probably for the seat licensing or the seat donation fee. And I've always wondered, when would this change? And it seems like this is going to come in part and parcel with the renovation that is happening to Memorial Stadium as well.
Right, because the Devaney project, they're going to be renovating that, and they're going to use that opportunity to reseat. Same thing will be done when they, do what it is they plan to do with Memorial Stadium. That'll be the perfect time, because if we get our levels in West Stadium, a lot of those seats aren't going to exist anymore, or they'll exist in a very different way. So it'll give them a perfect opportunity to say, okay, you want these nice club level seats and this club access, you're going to have to pay this much. And if those used to be seats in your area and you no longer pay the donation, sorry, we're either going to move you or you won't be getting tickets anymore.
So, I mean, obviously people aren't going to riot and protest about this, but how pissed off do you think some people are going to be?
Very. Oh my gosh, people are going to lose their minds about this.
Again, this has been something that has been fought tooth and nail for 30 years.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are not willing to give that up.
That's why Dan is talking about this now.
I'd like to hear from some of these folks who these seats have been in their family for decades. Just to kind of get
and a lot of the excuse is going to be, hey, when this program was really down and needed help, my great grandpa and great grandma bought these tickets and we kept them through the 40s and 50s when it was really bad. And
that's the thing. The people who are getting grandfathered in, it's not that they bought them before Bill Byrne put this, thing into place. He put it into place in the 90s when they were great. So you're talking about people who have had season tickets for decades. Now, I'll be honest, I don't really know where I fall on this because on one hand, I get that argument from somebody say, whoa, my family has had seats going back to the horrible pre-Bob Devaney era, and you're telling me now I got to spend money? On the other hand, that's what happens with life. Things cost more money today than they did yesterday, and it will always be that way. And, I would almost say congrats on them doing this for 30 years, but times change, and eventually things have to change. And they're just trying to get what they think it is worth.
Well, and now you're going to be able to fall back on the excuse of we need the money.
Exactly.
Because and I'm not saying Dannon is doing this. Okay, so don't misinterpret this, but I have heard others who have implied that if we didn't have to pay those kids,
of course,
we wouldn't have to spend this extra money, then we wouldn't have to do this.
Yeah, well, hey, I mean, I would say the timing of this is very interesting. Why now? I think that's a fair question for Troy Dannon. Why now? And he'll come up with a variety of reasons, but look, of course, they're leaving $20 million on the table, and the players are going to cost $20.5 million. Okay, that's pretty interesting that the numbers fit. Now, are they leaving $20 million? Like that's a lot of money. Do we think they're leaving $20 million on the table?
No, that's
if it's 42%, like how many season ticket holders do they have? The stadium seats, whatever, 70-something thousand. Season tickets aren't applied though to all of them.
They can say seats cost however much they want though.
But they have decided, Nick. Like you can look at a map of what the seat license fees are. Right. So if he's saying $20 million, we should be able to prove this
right now. But when that thing gets renovated,
it's going to be,
and those West Stadium seats get a lot different. I mean,
nicer.
They are not going to be wood planks anymore. No. And there's going to be club access, and it's basically going to be like a skybox without a skybox.
Yeah, they're going to have access to a club.
Those kinds of amenities and accoutrements are going to be there. They're going to be able to ask a lot more than that same seat is currently getting now.
Correct. Because it's not just going to be the view. You're going to have the view and other stuff.
You're going to get the view and the experience.
Yeah, which right now is just the view.
Because with that price, I'm not working on any inside knowledge, but let's just pretend.
Okay.
You got a pair of $5,000 a game seats. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's going to get you all you can eat food, beverage options, tableside service, a big comfy chair, your own bathrooms.
Maybe you get a parking spot.
Similar to what they have built at a lot of new stadiums or what they did like at Wrigley Field. Those things are going to come with the elevated price of the ticket. Because right now, the only thing you can give them is the seat and the game.
Well, and
that's it.
Nick, I don't think you know this too, but a part of Memorial Stadium is the season tickets are the same price.
I did not know that.
My parents' seat costs the same much as a 50-yard line seat in terms of the ticket cost. So that's where the donation comes in.
Okay.
Because then the tickets are more expensive, even if face value is the same. Ian writes, they better get good before they institute this change. And that is, of course, the other part about all of this is, as you said a few minutes ago, a lot of these people who are being grandfathered in, they had season tickets before the program is good. And they could also make the same argument of, but I've been here the last 10 years when they have made it to 2 bowl games. They've won 22 games the last 5 seasons, and my family is still supporting the program.
This is the cost benefit of an extremely loyal fan base.
Yeah.
Would Nebraska be doing things like this if they were only filling half the stadium? No. But because there is a demand, forget about it. It's no different. It's no different than movies. If the Marvel folks want to just keep cranking out movies and cranking out movies and cranking out movies, whether or not the quality of the first Iron Man to what's the latest Marvel movie, or what's a bad Marvel movie?
Oh crap, I don't know. Ant-Man 2.
But my point is this:
the last Thor.
Absolutely that.
As long as the last Thor movie is bringing in the $400 million, there's no motivation to I shouldn't say there's no motivation. You always want to do something good. But as long as it's making money, it's no longer about the quality of the product on the field. because the people have decided, hey, this is something I want to do to pass time. This is something that I want to support as an entertainment option. And whether or not it's as good as the first Avengers movie or as bad as the recent Thor movie, I'm still going to show up. And that's been Nebraska fans for the last 20 years.
Hell, even the Rockies, people still go to Coors Field sells a lot of tickets all the time, and it's not because the Rockies are good.
This was the same phenomenon that faced the Cubs back in the 2000s when Wrigley Field became the place to go. Didn't matter what the team was doing. It didn't matter if the Cubs were in last place or in first place. Wrigley Field was the summer place to be. We had to be there. So they were there.
Fandom works against you. The fandom works against you because they're supporting you no matter what.
And so that's why you can emails like the one you just read or tweets like the one you just read about, well, they better get good before they do that. They don't have to be.
Unless the demand is actually not there and they're overplaying their hand.
Sure.
Unless they're going to say you're no longer grandfathered in, and they're, if suddenly they couldn't fill those seats, then that would be quite the play.
But something tells me that the demand is there.
They're going to be just fine.
The demand is there. I mean, they were already touting the number of season tickets that they had sold.
You don't think they could
so it's still there.
Knock down the price until they get good and then jack it up? When Paige and I went to the Sunday game at Coors Field, we could walk right up to the thing and we got club seats for $30 a pop.
No, but that's not what it's about. They're not looking to do that. They're looking to get the season ticket holders that are paying the seat licensing fee. That's what they need. It's not about It's not about getting a game ticket. It's about getting a whole.
And right now they have. I mean, they wouldn't be. Dannon would not be going through this whole procedure right now if he didn't think there were people waiting to pay that money to sit in that spot and to be in that place in Memorial Stadium.
Couple texts. Doc says, if you support something no matter what, doesn't that mean it's a cult? And then adds, I honestly don't think there's that much demand for season tickets anymore. I'm 39 years old and I have no desire to buy season tickets, even if I was a millionaire. See, and that's like, I obviously feel that way. I don't go to games. But if you're rich and you got some disposable income and now you're getting something extra with the game, and something extra is the club level that
the experience.
They're making it more of a status thing too.
They're adding something to this stadium.
Yes, they are.
That they don't have right now.
That's absolutely it. Because right now, the only place you really get that is in the suites.
People love exclusivity.
Yes, they do. And this isn't just a Nebraska thing. This is happening everywhere.
Correct.
All across all sports, where you're starting to get a lot more of a class system in place. That was that. We can romanticize it all we want, but that was kind of the beauty, and is the beauty of college athletics. And this could be at Ohio State, this could be at Michigan, this could be in Alabama, this could be at Nebraska, where every stadium was pretty much the same and they were all plank seats. Everybody was the same, from the guy at the 50-yard line to the guy sitting up in the top row of the south end zone. But those days are gone because a lot of the business structure, the big business of college athletics now demands you're getting a pro-style experience. Hey, I'm paying $5,000 a pop for my tickets. Guess what I'm going to demand? More than just a place to sit and a view of the game.
Correct.
It's going to come with a lot more accoutrement.
Matthew writes, 50-yard line season tickets are like $3,000 per seat. Are grandfathered people only paying the $450? Yeah. They don't have to pay the seat.
Yes, the people that are grandfathered in are not paying a donation.
Just paying the season ticket.
Which is why I use the example. The Peterson family since the 40s, the Grimms who bought tickets in the 2000s. Grimm's family's paying $3,000 a ticket. Josh's is not, because they're grandfathered in.
By the way, I mentioned earlier, because we kicked this off by talking about volleyball. The other thing that really stood out to me was when Troy Dannon talked about the secondary market. He tells the story. I'll read it from Amy first before the quote. The season ticket holder, Dannon said, had 4 season tickets. The person paid the $300 seat donation for the seats, but didn't donate any other money to the department. Every seat, Dannon said, was sold on the secondary market for the 23 and 24 seasons. Remember, this is volleyball, which netted the person $34,000. Troy Dannon, I'm all for being entrepreneurial, but not at the expense of allowing the people that actually care about Nebraska athletics to be inside the building. Tickets are not an investment vehicle for, I wouldn't even call it fans, for brokers or investors. And there are 10 accounts like that. It sounds like this is something that they are going to try their best to get rid of entirely.
Well, how much you want to bet that some of those are brokers?
Bingo.
That, they would rather have the rich Nebraska booster who actually wants to go to the game versus someone who's willing to pay the fee because they know they can resell those tickets
on
the secondary market.
And that was a part of the story in there where he mentioned someone in particular who has donated a ton of money. Somebody that donated $1 million 20 years ago and hasn't done anything since has a higher rank and ability to get those tickets than the person who is investing today. And so they are going to put an emphasis now on, are you investing today? Then you get access versus someone who did 20 years ago. And look, I also understand that because they're trying to reward donors of today, but they're also trying to get new donors by saying, here's a perk. You donate now, you're going to get volleyball tickets. You're going to get access to this great spot in Memorial Stadium versus someone who, like you were around in the 40s, but sorry, we need the new money. I understand it, even if I know it's going to piss people off. But
and that's the most fascinating thing to me, especially when this stadium plan comes out and they announce the things that they plan to do, is how this market will react, because it will create an even greater divide between the so-called haves and the so-called have-nots, the so-called big booster fan and the guy sitting in the last row of South Stadium, and how that will go over in this state. These are things that if you're in a pro market, it's no big deal. Everyone does it. But this is different. It's different because it's never really been done here.
Correct. And that's what's new.
And you might say, well, then why does it need to be done? Well, again, it all comes back to MONEY.
By the way, how about this? Sam tweets in. He says the Packers are already canceling tickets for people that do this, and it's a screenshot from Pro Football Talk from February. Packers are refusing to renew season tickets to those who sell 100% of the seats for multiple years. I imagine that this is going to be a thing that people start focusing on moving forward.
Well, that's the advantage of the digital ticket, is it can be tracked.
Yeah. Like, I understand, right? You buy season tickets and maybe you sell one or two to make back a little bit of money. But I also understand if I'm one of these organizations, it's like all you're doing is buying to sell, so thus you're making the profit that we could be making. But also we should be rewarding fans who actually want to go to these games and not people who just want to buy to sell it.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be an investment.
Yeah. A football ticket, a baseball ticket should not be an investment.
It should be for
enjoyment. It should be an investment in fun.
Yes. And maybe that's an old romantic ideal, but I appreciate these organizations and universities that are actually trying to do that again.
I also appreciate that they're trying to do this in the sports space before they even try it in the concert space. This happens at shows all the time. Bots or resellers, they buy up all the good seats for shows and then they resell them at 50%.
See, this is why sports are better than music. Thank you, Nebraska, for curtailing this.
We don't know if it'll work yet.
Oh, it'll work. Because then if the next person does it, they'll just kick them off too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Troy Dannon and Green Bay Packers.
They can track the tickets now.
Not Cake, though. Cake probably loves it.
Cake is actually awesome. I like Cake.
Yeah, I know you
I don't think Cake loves it at all.
Sad.
I like cake too. Especially
in your tum-tum?
Especially like a devil's food cake.
Wow, John likes the devil in his tum.
Better than the devil in my mind.
Nice.
Yeah.
Still to come, it is a Michael Severe Monday.
Awesome. Is he joining us in person?
I don't know.
I should ask him.
You should ask.
All right, I'll send him a text.
Oh, and look, there's more college football cluster.
Nice.
We just talked
More
about college
football,
John. We just did that.
Well, did we really talk football or did we talk about business and tickets?
Yeah, Nick.
We didn't really talk about football. See, that's the thing with these so-called football perverts like Mr. Football, is they don't really talk about the game. They just talk about stuff around the
It's
game.
not true. I'll talk to you about an I formation.
Who's your favorite second string Cowboys
No one runs
player?
the I formation anymore.
That's true.
Yeah. And you want to romanticize a sport that kills the I formation. It's sad. It's very sad.
Joe Milton at quarterback, Nick. I was racking my brain.
Remember when formations were cool?
You don't like the shotgun?
Now they're just like, everyone runs the same stuff. It all looks the same.
So the
Here's
question
a quarterback in the shotgun. There's a running back to his left. There's two receivers over there, two receivers over there. Formations used to be cool. They used to be unique. They used to be different.
Make formations great again?
Yeah. We had T formations and I formations and wishbones.
Nickel, double nickel.
And now,
double nickel.
Now it's just everyone's in the spread.
Everyone is in the spread. Oh, John's triggered about football again.
Everyone's in the spread.
Wow. See, Nick, look at what you did.
You worked him up. This wouldn't have
I
happened.
didn't
if
even
we
do
talked
anything. John talks about football and gets triggered. It's like that caller that we have sometimes who
I'm
will
not triggered.
call
I'm just
and then
pointing
he
out
gets triggered over the course of the phone
I'm
call.
I'm just pointing out a simple fact.
Mm.
Football used to be unique and different. Now everything's the same.
Well, that's true. I would agree with you there.
It's the same.
Andy says, old man shakes fist at pistol formation. Get under center like in the 80s. You miss those days? You miss the
Yeah,
80s?
and then the one play that one team does better than everyone else, what do the football people want to do? They want to ban it. Why?
That's not
because
true.
it's different.
No. I'm worried about player safety.
No, Jalen Hurts. You get back in that shotgun with 4 receivers and a running back off your hip and run the same stuff as everybody else.
Hey, Severe points out the Niners run the I. John is tripping. There you go. You should love the 49ers.
Yeah, once a game.
They do it all the time. They have Kyle Juszczyk.
Oh, yeah. They run it every play, don't they?
I mean, they run it a lot. They run the I formation
Maybe
a ton.
like 4 or 5 times a game.
I bet the
and then
stats are a
it's
lot
back
higher.
to the spread.
There's a way to check that, right?
Yes, I don't have access to the website, though. I think you have to pay for it. The NFL Next Gen. I'll go look.
And of course, wouldn't it be? We always pick out the one team. Yeah, there's one team out there. It's like that coach who refuses to punt. He's the one guy, but everyone else same.
You hate that guy. You hate that guy that does that.
Well,
you want everyone.
It was a dumb strategy.
You hate uniformity, and then there's the guy that's different, and you're like,
punt more. I'm glad that he did it, but it was a dumb strategy.
Unreal. John, I want things. You never want things to be different. You want things to be like they were when you were a kid. That's what you want.
Yeah. I wanted diversity. That's what we had when I was a kid. We had diversity.
Interesting.
Now we have no diversity today.
No diversity.
Mr. Football over here for no diversity.
Wrong. I love diversity.
Was Bill Belichick the last NFL coach that tried to do the really genuinely weird stuff?
No, again, Kyle Shanahan exists.
Yeah, getting married to 21-year-olds.
24. The Chiefs do that weird thing
I
where
thought
they
she
just
was 21. Wasn't she 21?
No, she's 23, actually. 23.
Well, she lied
No,
about her
I was
age.
thinking of somebody else.
She
She's
lied
24.
about her age at one point.
Sure?
didn't
She's
she?
24.
Okay.
The Chiefs do that thing where they run around in circles.
Hudson.
Stop calling her Jordan. She's Jordan.
Oh, you're right.
The
She's
players
24.
came up with that, though. That wasn't an Andy Reid idea.
Yeah, but
that was just Andy Reid telling them to have some fun.
He created a play called Corn Dog.
He did.
I do like corn dogs.
God bless you, Andy Reid.
There you
Thank
go.
you, Andy Reid.
1620 zone.
Kyle tweets in, quoting John, I want everything to be different. I want everyone to run the I formation. Love John Bishop wanting everyone to be different by running the same formations from the 80s.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Oh.
I didn't say everyone should run the I. It's just listen, I get
for the
it.
record, I do
Listen,
agree with you on
I get
uniformity.
it. The sport changes. It doesn't mean I dislike it anything less. But there is one thing I
Yes,
do
you do.
miss.
You hate college football.
I hate the way it's being run. Yes.
Because they're not running?
No.
Oh.
No, they're running.
Running too much, some would say.
Mm.
Throw the ball.
But there probably was a time in college sports where you could silhouette a game and you could tell.
That's a Pac-12 game or Pac-10 game.
You could tell, okay, that's Alabama, that's Ohio State, that's Nebraska. And now
because of style.
Yeah.
It's different. Yes.
Yeah, it's
you watched a West Coast game versus a
Yeah.
Big Ten game versus an SEC game versus an East Coast game.
Yeah.
It had a distinct look to it.
Sure.
And that is not the case anymore.
No, it's not.
uniformity.
And again, that's not a deal breaker for me.
No.
It's not a deal breaker. I just like to mock it because Mr. Football over here is right upset. Is it okay, Mr. Football,
What do you got for me?
if I go back to baseball for just a moment? You might find this interesting. You might find this
There was
interesting.
a post, too, on the YouTube chat from our great friend Stu Manji that I would like to read about baseball. I'll find it while you read your
Welcome
little...
back.
Well, so the Mike Farron Regional, a.k.a. Athens, Georgia, got a little crazy yesterday.
Okay.
He had teams barking at each other. He had bat flips.
Like literally, they're going. Rah, 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 rah.
Well, Georgia was playing in the game, so yes,
Wolf,
there was
wolf.
probably some of that going on. So the first game of the day was Georgia and Oklahoma State. And Oklahoma State got out to an early lead. Georgia looked like they were kind of lethargic and dead in the water. And then they hit a couple of home runs. But in both times, the guys who hit the home runs, they ran up the first base line with the bat and they flipped the bat.
Awesome.
In front of the Oklahoma State dugout.
Awesome.
And it led to both coaches,
Being
kind
triggered.
of being triggered and arguing. So that was the first game of the day. That was the first game of the day.
Okay.
Oklahoma State ends up winning that game. Georgia's eliminated. They
Wow.
play the second game. Oklahoma State now playing Duke.
Okay.
And Duke's down 2-0 going into the ninth inning. Young man hits a 2-run home run to tie the game.
Young man.
Hits a 2-run home run to tie the game.
Okay.
AJ Gracia. And Duke does this celebration thing where if you hit a home run or do something good, they go back into the dugout and they put a hard hat on you.
Oh, fun.
Because when I think of Duke, I think of blue collar, hard hat.
Who doesn't?
But
it's one of the goofy college celebrations that we
It
always
is.
see, right? It's like a turnover chain.
It is.
Big game.
So here's what happened.
Who got triggered now?
Here's what happened. The umpires got triggered.
Classic.
Because after the home run, they got a RBI single. The kid scored all the way from first on a single.
Awesome. Good for
And
him.
that was the winning run.
For Duke, right?
For Duke.
For the hard hat, blue collar Duke Blue
How could
Devils.
you not love college baseball? We get stuff like this.
What, a run? That's what gets you excited?
Well,
see, man,
I will
I'm a
let Coach explain.
Okay.
This is Duke's head coach explaining what happened because the kid who hit the home run got ejected. Here's what happened.
Disappointed in the rule and in the way the rule was interpreted and executed tonight. AJ Gracia, who's one of the best players in college baseball, hit a home run earlier in the inning to put us within one run. We have a celebration in our dugout where we give the construction helmet to the player that makes a big play. It's a symbol of our blue-collar culture, and it's something that we rally around, and it gets our guys excited and creates energy. AJ was wearing the helmet because he had just hit the home run. Later in the inning, Sam Harris hits a single. We score from first on a single to take the lead in the championship game of a regional to go to a super regional. Our guys are undoubtedly excited, and they should be. And they jump out of the dugout to high-five their teammates as they're running back over to the dugout. AJ still had the helmet on from where he had hit the home run and celebrated. He took 2 steps out of our dugout, not to show anybody up, not to be disrespectful of the game, not to disrespect Oklahoma State, to cheer on his teammate and give him high fives. This rule and this type of action by the umpire are why people get so frustrated with the NCAA. I'm disappointed for AJ Gracia that he won't play in one of the biggest games of his life when we start the Super Regional. I'm disappointed for Duke baseball, and I'm disappointed for college baseball. And I want to get that off my chest. And if I get fined, I get fined. But we deserve better than that. AJ Gracia deserves better than that. Our sport deserves better than that.
That's the part of the story I didn't tell you, because according to the rules, AJ Gracia, their starting center fielder, is suspended for the first game of the Super Regionals because he walked 2 steps out of the dugout
with the hat on to celebrate, because the NCAA instituted a rule where you can't bring. Remember, it used to be that, what was it, Tennessee, that had the hammer? They'd run out and they'd do like the Thor hammer when they hit a home run. Well, they banned all the props.
What's wrong with fun?
Can't bring props onto the field. Well, because this kid happened to be wearing the hat, a prop, as he walked 2 steps onto the field to celebrate, he gets kicked out of that game, and he is suspended for the first game of the Super Regional.
That's ridiculous.
That's lame.
I mean, you want to talk about going over the top.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I get why you want to draw the line somewhere, because you know how things go. You know, you start one thing and then a fad, it grows. Pretty soon you'll have WWE style pyro displays after home runs. But there is a line you can draw without being such a hard line.
Charles writes, rules are rules.
You're going to kick a guy out for a game. This is an important game. Duke has to win 2 out of 3. They're going to be without their starting center fielder for one of those 3 games because he was wearing a hard hat.
Aren't all baseball helmets hard hats?
Well, technically, yes.
Yeah, if you think about
but
it.
This actually looks like a workman's hard hat.
That's ridiculous.
But this is, I mean, come on. You got to have some leniency here. This rule needs to go. If they want to have a prop, let them have a prop. Who cares? Oh, but we don't want to get it out of control. Well, you know what? Common sense will tell you when it gets out of control. And at that point, you can address it. But to just draw this very hard line and say, nope, no props of any kind. What if the prop had been like a sticker? Remember when you used to get stickers for doing good things in class?
Yeah.
We used to get the smelly stickers. What if Duke instead would have slapped a smelly sticker on his cheek? And AJ Gracia walks on the field. Technically, that's a prop. That's a celebration prop. Would they have done the same thing there too?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
That's how stupid this is.
Jordan says the suspension after the fact is dumb. Just eject him if you want to punish him. Ain't No Poser says, I also believe there is an appeal process.
But they shouldn't have to.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. You shouldn't have to do this. We shouldn't make things so difficult. This is one of the exciting things that makes, hell, Major League Baseball now does better celebrations than college baseball because we're legislating stuff out of the game.
One team has a literal trident.
I mean, come on. What are we doing here?
Yeah, let the Duke Blue Devils be blue collar.
Yeah.
Because that's what they are.
That is the irony in this, is that
so funny.
It's about Duke being
Him saying
blue
it
collar.
celebrates our blue collar.
That was great.
But listen, I
Maybe he's doing a bit.
appreciate what Chris Pollard is trying to do.
Yeah.
Good for them. But come on.
That's sad.
Come on.
I'll save this Jumanji comment. We can do that later.
We will. And Michael Severo join us. Oklahoma got a home run, but it was only a solo home run. So it's still 8-3.
An Oklahoma run.
North Carolina in the 7th inning in Game 7.
Imagine if they come to the College World Series. It's a Oklahoma run Charles Schwackoff.
They will not be doing that, Nick.
Dear God, don't
They
even.
will not be. It's about to be Chapel Thrill.
Don't put that sickness in my head.
It's going to be Chapel Thrill.
Really quick, put on the list. If North Carolina comes to Omaha, Bill Belichick and his weird girlfriend are going to come too.
I hope so, because then Happer can interview them on the field.
There is no way in hell.
I bet it's going to happen.
Bill Belichick doesn't show up for anything.
Yeah, but
North Carolina.
she will probably make him.
Is that true? I thought he went to a basketball game this year. It's a College World Series. Coaches always go.
Also, it's an opportunity for
They
her
don't
to be on
always
TV,
go.
which she loves.
Did you see Stony Brook's coach when they were here?
Okay, I don't know about Stony Brook, John. He probably was. Roy Williams used to come all the time. Remember Lane Kiffin was here a few years ago?
Belichick's not coming.
Man, I hope so. All right, I'll put it on the list. I'll put that he is coming and that he's not coming. That's what you guys said. That's what you guys said.
Jordan, send your hate mail to Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Nick, why?
I mean, you should just be happy that he's able to.
Nice. Nice.
We will continue with more of unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. But first, a quick word for the good people of Live On Nebraska, who reminds you that good guys save lives. Do you know right now you can save up to 8 lives by being an organ and tissue donor? Anyone can do it. It doesn't matter what your age or your health status is. Just check that donor registry box next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license. Or if you're not up for a renewal anytime soon, visit goodguysavelives.com, because organ and tissue donation is the most selfless act of paying it forward, where someone can benefit, whether it's life-saving items such as hearts, lungs, kidneys, and more, or tissue donation like, well, tendons to help heal up from sports injuries, or those who need bone or skin grafts because of cancer or a devastating accident. It can all be possible, and it will not cost you or your family a dime. And most traditional funeral practices are still possible after a donation. So please, if you haven't done so already, check that donor registry box and become a good guy today. Next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license, or find out how you can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com. Who do you like in the UFL Conference Championship games there, Mr. Football?
I think I'll go with the underdog.
Are they at the conference championships already?
That's what the graphic there on the ESPN just showed.
How long is their season? Like a month?
Basically.
Jeez.
Well, it started right after the Super Bowl, didn't it?
Did it?
I thought it did.
I don't know. I don't watch that slop.
What sport is it?
Off-brand football.
But is it football?
Not to me.
Oh, so you're a selective Mr. Football.
Correct. Do you watch Little League Baseball?
Well, we'll have it on during the summer.
We do watch Little League Baseball.
Oh, rats. I forgot about that garbage. That's the last bad thing of the whole year before God Sport returns.
Next year, we're also going to watch the World Baseball Classic.
Is that already back next year?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's right, because it's an every 3-year bit, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Odd.
And we'll be all rooting for America, won't we, Nick? Won't we, Nick?
When Paul Skeens is pitching, yes.
Oh, so you're a selective American.
Nice.
Japan baseball culture is deeply ingrained, just like it is in America.
Weeb.
But not as deeply because we put it in them. We injected them with the baseball.
But
we started it.
We injected it a while ago. At this point, it's got roots. It's their national sport. It's like football. We abandoned baseball for football.
We didn't abandon baseball. How much baseball? See, we have. You know why? Because of people like Mr. Football over here.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Good
but
people.
Baseball is Japan's national sport.
Yeah.
I thought it was sumo.
No?
I thought they liked sumo.
I mean, probably, but it's not as big of a deal.
Speaking of baseball, for you two, Stu Manji commented a little bit ago on our YouTube page.
Yeah.
This was going back to our discussion about Husker baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Rev share conversations are so lazy. I guess we'll just rank teams based on their funding and call it a day. Hold coaches accountable purely based on their funding, minus win total, plus or minus, and nothing else. Are we giving them a pass? This is me talking now. Am I giving Husker baseball a pass? When we say, but look at the neighborhood they're in, you can't expect better from them. Is it excuse making? Should we be asking for more?
But I think some people have unrealistic expectations.
And I don't think, for the record, I don't think Stu Manji does. You know, I know what he wants. He just doesn't want to be embarrassed. He doesn't want to be embarrassed anymore.
Right. But let's pretend they lost 4-3 yesterday. How much of a difference does that make? They still lost.
Well, I mean, I would say it would make a difference. You don't think it would if they only lost 4-3?
They still lost. Season would still be done. The wheels would still be up to Lincoln.
Sure, but
they still wouldn't be playing today against North Carolina.
Okay, let me ask you this then. And I know we don't have a ton of time for this conversation because we're going to have Michael soon. But after they made the run to the Big Ten Tournament Championship, we discussed last week, like, did this kind of make up for a really bad regular season?
Mm-hmm.
I would now ask, did this faceplant almost not make up for, but did it erase? And it didn't. It did not erase it. They got the dog pile and they get a trophy.
I get where you're going
but
from.
Man, it just honestly, that was fitting. You know, that was fitting of what the season had been outside of this little 4-game window that they had.
No, and listen, if you having the conversation about what the expectation should be and where Nebraska sits in the current universe versus the Will Bolt conversation are two different conversations. If you want to have the Will Bolt conversation we have, in my personal opinion, I think it would be a mistake to fire Will Bolt.
Yeah, and they're not going to. So it's a weird conversation. So then, okay, so we agree on that. So then what do? You know, how do you get better? Like Max says, to be 8th in the Big Ten is unacceptable. Winning the conference tournament the last 2 years is awesome. Almost hosted a regional last year, but man, some of these Big Ten regular seasons and midweek game crap gets old. The part like that I don't understand with this program is, okay, I don't think you're wrong about the neighborhood that they keep. Mm-hmm. You're not wrong. But they do care, and they have cared. So why have they struggled so much in the conference? You know, it's one thing to get skunked by Oklahoma. Like, that was bad. Everyone would agree.
Mm-hmm.
To finish 8th in this league, though, that's the part that I just am never able to make sense of. That they have they have the time and the effort, and they put it in more than anybody in the league, or at least they did, right? It's going to be different now with the West Coast schools. Okay, so how are you so bad? Because you're being judged against those peers now.
Sure.
Like, you're not getting judged anymore against North Carolina or Oklahoma.
No, this is all fair.
Yeah.
This is all fair.
Now, I say this is someone who is not living and dying with them every game. So I also can't give you an answer. But I do wonder that, like, but they actually care. Like, I get why football struggles. even though they put in a lot of time and effort, because everyone puts in a lot of time and effort, and football rosters are massive, et cetera, et cetera. But the baseball struggles are just so strange to me, that they lose to the teams that they lose to, or that they finish in the place that they finish. And yeah, their highs the last 5 years have been pretty good. Couple dog piles, a regular season championship, and they also took Arkansas to the brink. Like, those are pretty good highs, I would say, for this a conference, a team in this type of conference. But the lows are horrible. I think people would actually
I
be
wouldn't
okay.
say the lows aren't that horrible.
You don't think so?
No.
Missing the Big Ten tournament?
But how many? That was what? How many years ago?
2? Right?
Was
2
it
years
that
ago?
recent? I get my years confused.
I think it was 2 years ago. I mean, that's a pretty low for a school that cares about baseball to miss their conference tournament. Again, we're judging them against their peers. Well, judging against them, they've even stunk sometimes.
But then you have to, if you want to have the conversation about new coaches, that means you got to deal with buyouts. And how much of that are folks willing to stomach given the money issues these days?
Great question.
And how much, I don't want to play who you're going to get, but you're not going to get the SEC caliber coach to come here. You're not.
It's not like football.
So you do have to be careful. What doesn't mean you can't have better coaching. I'm not saying Will Bolt's the perfect coach and that Nebraska can't be better. But you have to weigh the consequences and the pluses and the minuses and the dollars and the cents of what it is you want to do and what it is you've expected and where it is you want to be. And if you want to have that conversation, have that conversation. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
But in my personal view, I think they have something pretty good. It ain't great. It ain't what it used to be, but it ain't never going to be what it used to be. So get used to it.
Yeah. And that's why I think the highs of the last 2 Big Ten tournaments and the regional against Arkansas, I think people would mostly sign up for that. It's just, why does it have to come with the lows too? I think people just want more consistency with the program.
Well, coming up next, it's Michael Severe Mondays.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
What on earth? The happy hour's on the air. Why are you sad, Nick?
Because of how you are as a person.
How am I as a person?
Go ahead
Josh
and
said
tell
some,
everybody what you said at the break.
Josh said some very problematic
No, I
things during
did
the break.
not.
It was really bad.
First, the boat anchor thing about John's wife.
That
now
I
this.
was just reading a tweet from a
You
listener.
called my wife a boat anchor.
No, Joel did. No, you did.
And now
what? Say it.
Well,
He's
I'm not-
in the stream. Say it.
I'm not going to say it. I don't want to hurt the feelings. Not that Michael's feelings get hurt very easily, because he's one of the least my feelings get hurt people that I know on planet Earth.
Yeah.
But I still don't want to hurt his feelings based on what Josh said off the air.
Michael, I said nothing.
What'd you say? You asked me if I could come in studio. I said, no, I'm still cooking.
Yeah, so
And
I figured that meant phone call if you're still
Well,
cooking.
Why would it be? Well, I mean, I've got the stuff in the pan. Everything's good to go. I
Yeah.
smoked the prime rib. Yes. I'm making some really fancy fajitas tonight. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, nice.
Whoa, fancy fajitas.
Fancy fajitas. Yeah. I did a whole, I grilled yesterday for about 4 hours. I did a bunch of chicken for the week. I did some hamburgers. So the boys should just grab a hamburger and just heat it up. I made a pork loin. I made a very nice piece of beef. I made a lot of it. I cooked a lot yesterday.
Jeez.
Yeah. So we're prepped for the week, baby. Ready to go.
Do you normally do this where you do all this prep cooking at the beginning of the week, or is this just a one-time deal?
I do prep a lot, but there's more this week because we got a lot going on. Logan's leaving for Europe, and so we get ready for that. We're going to be going out of town. We got a lot going on. So we got to just get everything ready to go. That's the idea.
That's
hey,
awesome. So
and
I believe
I'm here.
Michael's
I'm here to.
qualities.
I'm supporting Duke too. Here.
Yeah, blue collar
I'm here-
Michael.
I'm here supporting Duke, so
That's a prop.
I completely agree with them.
You're ejected. Michael's out.
I'm out of here. Damn it! But this is the place where I go to talk about Jason Machacek. I understand, right?
Yep.
Tyler Knack, maybe Cochran, maybe Sam Sledge with some backup guards. Is that what we're gonna do?
Nice. Michael, I've never
I'm
seen
all
you
for
do
backup guard talk. Let's go.
You've never done an interview from, is that like your basement? It seems like a downstairs kind of vibe.
This is where I used to do. I did the show with Damon for what 4
COVID.
months or whatever, at least. Yeah, so I've done stuff down here before.
Summer. God, there it is. Another callback to the COVID summer. Can't we have
Michael,
this back?
John said he would rather go through COVID than have the broken arm.
Yes.
I would take, dude. That was
You loved COVID.
I loved COVID. I didn't want people to die, and for some people, and look, I felt bad for Kevin because his job was in jeopardy because he talks about sports and covers sports.
But then that one guy said that bad word, and then Kevin got a promotion.
That's true.
Yes,
That
exactly. So they helped out.
Kevin
Yeah.
wants COVID
Yes.
summer too.
Yeah. So yeah, I had it wasn't bad for me. I never got sick. I
watched a lot
enjoyed
of
not
TV.
talking. It was awesome, dude. I caught up on so much
sports.
stuff. Yeah, I didn't have to really talk about sports much because that was fun too. We talked about everything but sports. No, it was great, man. I loved COVID. It was awesome. I go back to I'd have to leave the house. I'd have to walk the dog, come back here, maybe go to the dog park. It was oh my god, it was so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Besides people dying and
Yes, that was bad. A million
Yeah.
Americans died. That was bad.
I know it was horrible, but they made good movies about it though, so I guess that
They
pays
made good
off.
movies about
There's
COVID.
COVID movies out now?
Yeah, there's a really good one. It's about this movie they're making. Have you not seen the comedy where they're making this movie during COVID? And the story is about what they had to do during COVID to make this movie. It's hilarious. I don't know the name of it. I don't know the name of it, but they're making a horror movie and like they're having to stay away from each other and they got these masks. That's hilarious, dude. It's a mockumentary kind of movie.
Yes, is that? I think I might have seen a trailer for this when I was at the movie theater recently.
I think movies about COVID maybe would bring it up. but
Yeah,
it was,
and
it was
it's
really
like-
funny.
And if I remember right, it is a
good cast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and like the
yeah.
director is famous too. It's one
Right.
of the horror directors, if I remember right.
Exactly. And it was kind of a mocking of, what they had to do to make these movies during COVID. It was pretty
Like
good.
New Mexico or something. I don't
remember the name.
Eddington, Michael. Is it Eddington from Ari Aster with Joaquin Phoenix? Is it that one that you're talking about? Emma Stone?
I don't think Joaquin's. Yeah, Emma Stone's in it. She's
okay,
in
then
it.
then it's that one. Yeah, it follows the political and social turmoil in the fictional city of Eddington, New Mexico, caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. But this doesn't mention them making.
That's
a
not
movie.
the one. That's not the one though. But Emma
gotta
Stone,
be
I believe, is in the one I'm talking about. But I just came here to talk about backup guards, and
Hell
so
yeah.
and maybe Jacob Bigelow's listening, and maybe we could talk about some guards with him.
Hey, I had two questions written for you, Michael, today. I'll ask you a football one first. Do you like the rugby punter? Do you like in theory, a rugby style punter? Now that's a deep cut football question.
I loved so I know it doesn't happen a ton in the NFL. It didn't happen a lot in the NFL, but Thomas Morstead, who is still punting at like 40, when he was with the Saints, if he saw an advantage on one or two sides, he would actually roll that way, threaten to run, and then kick it. And a couple times, I think at least 4 or 5 times, he ran for first downs. So I love the concept of it, especially in college, where you get to have everybody go down there and you're going to be able to limit the punt return at times, especially for a good one. And I love the idea that once you get out of the pocket too, there's a chance you could run for it.
Like the Illinois punter in the 2020 COVID game.
Exactly. And there's rules where too, if you throw the ball in that situation, you can interfere with the receiver because you're blocking him and there's no interference rules. So it kind of helps the defense too. But I don't have a problem with it at all, especially if you can go left or right. If you can go left or right, you're going to put the return team in such a bind. Are you going to put 2 back there? Are you going to fade for the wind? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be going on with that. I'm excited.
Meanwhile, so the executive director of the Jet Award trying to limit returns.
Yeah, no, they're already limited, buddy. They're already limited. They're limited.
I know they are, but there's a part of me, and I'm not
nothing
saying,
you can do.
I'm not saying I'm for this, but there's a part of me that would like to outlaw rugby kicking so that there would be a chance to maybe bring back some returns.
The guys who make returns, though, remember, I would say every single return in college football Division I, every week on Monday, I go through each one of them, get all the touchdowns. I file them. I keep all the video, whether it's on Twitter or wherever I can find the video for it. And I would say 85% of them make the first guy miss. So you're going to have guys in your face. The choice is, are you going to take the fair catch or are you going to do like Johnny Rodgers and say, I'm not fair catching. I'm going to make this guy miss. And I'm going. The one for Caden Weegan, watch that one. He had no chance when he caught that ball that he was going to be scoring. And somehow he took the punt back for a touchdown. I don't know how that happened. And a lot of them, look at the one, remember the BYU kid? The kid from BYU, not the guy who made our finalist list, but the other guy, the shorter white guy. Ball goes over his head. He runs back, picks it up on the 2, turns around, and Damon Bennings it as Omaha Northwestern runs it all the way back for a touchdown. It's incredible.
That's awesome.
So it can happen on any play, no matter what's happening with how high the punt is, if it's a rugby punt or whatever. You just got to make guys miss.
It's just, you're right. It's about making guys miss, but unfortunately, it's just. I'm guessing when you go through all the video, it takes about 5 minutes because there's not. It's not as many.
No, because I also chart the longer returns. I mean, if you have a return over 20 yards, I'm looking into that because it's going to add to your total. For the touchdowns, yes, the majority of the weeks, probably the biggest week we had was, I think we had 8 returns for touchdowns. That included kickoffs and punts. That probably was the biggest week.
When is the last traditional? I'm not counting a blocked punt because Nebraska's got a couple of those.
Yeah, I don't count those, by the way.
What's the last traditional punt return for a touchdown?
It's DPE, right?
At Nebraska.
It's either JD Spielman or DPE.
If I remember right, JD Spielman was on 16? Kickoff.
Didn't they have a 14 and a 16? I thought they had one during 14, and that's DPE, right? And then the one in 16, was that not Spielman, I thought?
Well, I think he had one. I just didn't remember it coming on a punt. I thought it was on a kickoff.
Oh, I thought he had a punt return. So in terms of punt returns.
No, Michael, you are right. He had 2 punt returns for touchdowns, one in 18 and one in 19.
18. Okay, 18 and 19.
I'm gonna try to figure out what games these were.
Yeah. And so he was truly, I would say, the last dynamic slot receiver. And if you look at the guys who are great return guys in college right now, it's slot receivers, it's cornerbacks, and then wide receivers, and then after that is a couple running backs. But in general, that slot receiver goes from being a great slot receiver to being a great punt returner because he's operating in small space. He's got to make a couple guys miss. He's got to get around. Usually has pretty good, necessary long speed. So that's what makes it a good returner, I think.
All right. I'm having to go to Facebook to find one of these. Okay.
Facebook.
Okay. So he had
to find them sometimes.
So yeah, he had a punt return for a touchdown against South Alabama. So that would have been the 2019 game.
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
look at that. That's just a nice play. I don't know what it was in 2018. I will look around. Wow,
So,
that's
yeah,
wild that it's been that long.
Yeah, his page would be.
It used to happen once or twice a year.
Yeah, if you look back at Nebraska, every generation had a great punt returner or kick returner. Every generation, right?
Yep.
And then many of them went to the Saints and returned for the Saints. For whatever reason. We had a couple of them that went to the Saints, and so yeah, you're right. But I meant generational guys. Like Keo Craver was a generational returner.
DeJuan Gross.
DeJuan Gross, a generational returner.
That guy was nuts.
You go back Tyrell Hughes.
Do you think DPE could have been a generational punt returner?
Of course he could.
Because, his freshman year was nuts.
Yeah, it was. The people who punted to him because they were dumb.
Yes.
I mean, that was it. Because he could make anybody miss. He was good enough in short spaces. He had deep enough speed. Yeah, Iowa and Michigan State, those two. I remember those 2 times. Like, what are you doing? Why would you even try to? And I will have to say, the Michigan State one pinned him to the far sideline. And then he came all the way back across. But in general, there's guys you just don't punt to. I mean, why even bother? Punt it straight up and get 42 yards instead of 52, where the guy might bring it back for a touchdown.
Sure.
That's what I think. So yeah. But anyway, yeah, give us more returns. I'd love to see them. I'd like to have we haven't had anybody that had more than 3 win the award in a season, since 19. I think it's 19.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we had guys like Dante Pettis who had, I think, 9 of them, something like that.
How many did Tavon Austin have?
Well, Tavon Austin won the award. The majority of the reason why he won the award is because he did everything else too. So he played running back, he played wide receiver, and he was also a return guy. And I think, and when we picked him, the idea was he was so versatile, he was really close to being what Johnny was. And if you remember, obviously Johnny went to Canadian football, but guys drafted under 5'10" at wide receiver in the first round is a rarity. Johnny was 5'9". Tavon Austin was a guy like that. So that's why we picked Tavon that second year, because of that.
So the key to winning the Jet Award is just be as close to Johnny.
Be as close to Johnny. Well, the first guy who won it, now we didn't know this, the first guy who won it, when he won it, we had no idea until he got here and found out that his nickname was the Jet. Didn't even know. It was a complete accident. Wasn't it Joe Adams, I believe. Joe Adams, the Jet from, was it Virginia?
Joe the Jet Adams doesn't roll off the tongue like
Johnny. I know. They started calling him that in high school, though.
Well, now that you've been given the moniker of Mr. Football, because it was Mr. Football who gave Johnny the Jet, you need to start giving out the nicknames.
I need to do nicknames?
Like Bremser did.
Okay.
Mr. Football.
Did the other Mr. Football die or something? Why is he getting Mr. Football?
Because
there's a Mr. Football right now. Right?
Who is that? It's Josh.
No, the college football dude. He's Mr. Football.
See, that's what I asked. Barnhart?
The SEC guy. Barnhart's Mr. Football.
Let Barnhart is
Mr. Football. Well, I know Josh has written a couple of articles. He's written 70,000 of them. Yeah. So I would say he might be the guy. Once he dies, then you pass it along to Josh, I think.
Yeah, I was trying to find it because that's what I thought too, Michael, when I was he is Mr. College Football.
See, but I'm
just Mr.
You're
Football.
Mr. College. You're just regular. Okay, my
I get all of the football.
Yeah, you can let him deal with the skanky.
I do love the NFL.
Weird college stuff.
Did young McMaster bring the football back in the studio?
Yes, it's up there.
Okay,
so, Michael, we have not mentioned that.
What happened? I just noticed that was up there last week.
Well, Michael told a story about how Matt had a football and he was like, I have nowhere to put it. And Michael said, yes, you do. There's a shelf.
It's a shelf. Yeah, because we took all the other little tchotchkes off the shelf.
Michael, I don't want to throw Matt under the bus, but as we went to break, no, I'm going to throw somebody under the bus. I just don't know who it is. As we went to break after the crossover earlier, I sitting in this chair, which is where I sit every day that we do the show.
Used to be the Michael chair.
This is the Michael chair. This is the Matt McMaster chair. This is the Jimmy Allen chair. I looked down because I dropped something and I noticed 2 nail clippings on the floor.
Oh, God.
Yes. What do we do?
Oh my
What do we
God.
do? What do I do with this? What?
I got two questions for you.
Yeah.
Is it a fingernail or toenail?
It looks like it's either a fingernail or a big ass toe, but not a big toe, just big toes.
Okay.
Right? I think.
And then secondly, has Kevin Kugler's ex-girlfriend been in the studio? That's the other question. Those are your two questions. Toenail or fingernail, and has Kevin Kugler's ex-girlfriend been in the studio? The one that
looks
clips.
like a fingernail.
Is it a fingernail? Okay.
Well,
it's nasty, but it's not as nasty as him like in there with flip-flops on, doing his toes. That would be
What's going on? Why would you cut nails? First of all, I have a million questions. Why would you cut nails in the studio? Second of all, if you were, why wouldn't you make sure to clean them up and throw them away?
Yeah, I know. I will. I peel mine. I peel mine, which is I used to bite them, and I got out of that. Right, I got out of that years ago. And a lot of times, I try to keep them neat. I'll catch them on something, and they'll be kind of like messed up. And so instead of getting a clipper, I'll just peel them clean off. That's how I do it. Yeah, that's how I do it. Yeah, I have no problem with that. But I throw them away too. I throw them. I peel off, throw trash.
Half gross, half normal. I appreciate it, but yeah,
I would never do that. You know the story about Kevin's ex-girlfriend who did a bunch of clippings, put them in a bag, and mailed them to him, right?
Oh my gosh, no!
You know about that? Yeah, yeah. She apparently was a little on the edge.
Yeah, I guess so.
A little bit.
Wow. Did you know about this?
And you wonder why he's such a psycho.
Why he's such a what?
Why he's such a psycho.
Yeah, the least psycho person I know. Yeah. Oh,
what you cannot be the most dangerous. They act like they're not psycho.
So you're talking about a psychopath?
Yeah.
Okay, no, he's not a psychopath. I know that for a fact. Yeah, I know all the characteristics of a psychopath. He's not a psychopath.
That's good.
Kyrie Irving, psychopath. Look him up.
Yeah,
that guy, psychopath.
Yeah, that guy's
definitely.
Hey, Michael, did you have a chance to read Amy Just's stories about Troy Dannon or something? Yeah.
Where's the drop? No drop.
He's not paying attention. He's not paying
attention.
He's texting his fiance. Did you?
I read a lot of it. Yes.
What stood out to you most? I mean, there's a million different ways we could go, but is there anything in particular that you thought, "Ooh, wow, that's interesting," or "Wow, I wonder why Dannon is deciding to do that," or anything else?
Not a ton. The thing I'm most interested in is how they're going to get this thing done and inconvenience the fewest fans. Because so when I was in Albuquerque years ago, and it was the Albuquerque Dukes, John, you remember, famous AAA for the Dodgers. And they were trying to figure out how they were going to take this old stadium they'd had for a long time and redo it. And they put together a plan where they kept basically the whole ground floor and just built around it. So the Dukes only had to miss one season. That's a baseball stadium that only held like about 11,000. This is a stadium that holds 75 to 80,000. All these people you got to accommodate who've had tickets for generations. That's my biggest thing. I mean, I like the idea. I've never been an alcohol in the stadium person, but I get what he's saying. I understand all of that. My thing is, how can you do this without inconveniencing as many people as you can? Because it's a mess. We went to Texas in 2007. You remember that game? Nebraska dominating it. Colt McCoy, somebody gets knocked out of the game. The starting quarterback, backup quarterback comes in. They run one zone read. They gain like 8 yards, and the coaches are like, "Wait a minute, we can run zone read."
Let's just keep doing this.
They started giving it, of course, in big fourth quarter, and Nebraska loses the game. But I had to go to that game because they were doing construction. They had no place to have post game. You had people standing up around one side of the stadium, standing because there were no chairs in this one area where they were doing the work. That would suck to have to deal with that all year. And by the way, Nebraska fan base was better than Texas fan base, especially in 07. So I that's my biggest thing. Tell me how you're going to do that. How are you going to do this without hurting a bunch of people who have committed a lot of money and a lot of time to this program? That's my biggest thing. What do you think?
I mean, it's going to hurt. It always does.
I know. But you got to figure out a way to hurt as few people as you can.
And if you want to do it in a timetable that will work, it will be more expensive too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there will be a cost with it.
You can, this is something, a very rich person who I'm not would say, but you can spend money to cater to your fans. You can spend extra. Matter of fact, it's your responsibility after all of these years of them doing what they've done to allow you to not take money from the university and not use student fees, for you to give back to them. And if giving back to them means doing this thing faster, you got to do it. You got to do it.
Yeah.
Money's
By the
there.
way, I opened up the 07 game, and Ron Franklin is on the call with Ed Cunningham.
Oh, hey, Toots.
Oh man, it was. I had what's the running back?
Marlon Lucky?
No, the running back
Jamal
for them.
Charles.
Yeah,
Jamal
so
Charles.
I had Jamal Charles in college fantasy football. I was playing in this league that ran through Huskers Illustrated, and I had him starting. And through the first like 3 quarters, he had like 20 yards. And I'm like, I'm gonna lose this. I'm sitting up there. I had Texas to cover. Anyway, I'm watching, and all of a sudden he's running down the sideline. I'm like, wait a minute, this could be okay. Yeah, that was
Do you know how many yards he finished with, Michael?
I think he had like
God.
did he have 250 in the fourth quarter?
I want to say he had like 250.
290.
I think he had 250 in the fourth quarter. I think he only had 40 coming in because he had 3 long runs.
Here's a YouTube video that's titled Jamal Charles runs for 200 yards on Nebraska. ... In the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that was incredible.
What was the most yards in the quarter that Melvin Gordon had?
Well, if I remember right,
Melvin Gordon.
It was in like 2 quarters.
The majority of it.
Right, but I'm
just 2
saying,
quarters.
Was there a quarter that was as good as Jamal Charles?
He didn't play the fourth quarter. I know that.
Right.
So it would have had probably the second quarter, right? Because they were
might have been, yeah.
They were trailing. They trailed early. Did they trail at the beginning?
They did. Nebraska had. I think Nebraska was leading by 2 touchdowns.
17-3.
Yeah.
17-3.
One play happens, and they break a tackle, and then the floodgates open.
Yeah. So it had to be the second or third quarter, either one of those. But the craziest thing about that is that Samaje Perine sets the record, or Gordon sets the record, and then Samaje comes back and breaks it, which is just crazy. You have 2 guys go over that amount of time, that amount of yards in back-to-back weeks.
Because that record had been around for a long time.
Yeah, for a very long time.
And then it was broken in a week.
Was it Bianca Batuka that had it?
I don't think.
I thought it was someone from a smaller school.
I believe that you are right.
Was it Marshall Faulk, was it?
Oh, wait, you know what? It was LaDainian Tomlinson.
Oh, TCU. He had one game.
He had 406 yards against it does not say, but it was in 1999.
Oh, wow.
Well, I didn't realize that there was a new number 2. Melvin Gordon is number 3 now. Jarrett Patterson from
Buffalo. That guy was actually pretty. He got drafted. He sat on somebody's bench and got a chance to come in in week 17 or 18. But yeah, that kid he's a pretty good college running back.
Another person who liked COVID.
That guy, yeah, for sure.
Hey man, COVID had its moments. It also, like I tell everybody, it completely changed my thoughts on life. It really did. I mean, it just changed a lot of stuff. I'm not anywhere near the person I was, for better or worse, than I was before COVID. Not all.
Do you think for better or for worse?
I hope it's better, but I mean that's up to depends. I mean, does people want my takes on baseball? By the way, let's. I don't know if there's a rule for this, but let's bring this Trey Taylor kid in early because he hates baseball and hates deep dish pizza. Let's bring this kid in early.
Oh,
I'm all for him. This kid is awesome. This kid is awesome. He's like Lou Melinati's, he's like, I avoid those places like the plague. I was like, yeah, there you go, kid. And then he's like, baseball.
This guy's a bum. Get him out of here.
He's like, I hate baseball. Baseball's the boringest thing in the world. I'm like, exactly. You're right. It is the boringest thing in the world.
Oh, I hate sports that are cool, and I hate pizza that tastes good.
You need to bring this guy on your podcast.
It's not even pizza. It's casserole. That's what that is.
What difference does it make it taste good?
It's not pizza. It's casserole. If you want to call it a great casserole, call it a great casserole. It's not a pizza.
Does it taste good?
I don't actually think it tastes great. No, I'm not a huge fan of sauce on top. Not even with Detroit style. I'm not a fan of sauce on top. I'm not that. It's
what
not.
Difference does it make? It's all in your mouth. The sauce, the cheese, the bread, the top. It's all once it's in your mouth. What difference does it make?
I think you could have a conversation with the females and they'll tell you there's a difference. It's not always the same.
And the males too, Michael.
No, I'm not. I don't know them. I'm sure they're fine. In the words of Seinfeld, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying.
This is ridiculous.
But no, I don't. It's not good, man. It's not. Honestly, there's so much great pizza out there, especially in Omaha. Oh my God, we dominate the pizza scene in the state of Nebraska. Because Lincoln, from what I understand, is horrible. And anyway, so because I heard today from my good friend Steve Sipple that the best pizza in Lincoln is at a Godfather's on 36th Street or something like that. So I'm like, that can't be. That can't be.
I'm not surprised that he thinks that way, though.
Can't believe
that's the way he rolls. That is the way he rolls. But I'm interested in this kid getting here. I'm glad. I'm excited. I wasn't excited because he had to wait. And see
I'm not now, man. I'm hoping
now,
he's sitting his ass on the bench.
They asked him. They said two things, John. One, they asked him, which teams. He's from Chicago. He's like, first he says White Sox. And he goes, the only reason he's a White Sox fan is because his dad was a White Sox fan, but he hates baseball, so it doesn't matter. That's what he said. Because he went to one baseball game. He's never experienced something as boring as baseball.
Because this kid makes bad life choices. Of course
he's been to Cubs. He's been to a Cubs and White Sox game. He's been to both of them. He just doesn't like the sport. I think most kids are like him. I mean, I think if you surveyed a bunch of kids under the age of 17, they would say they don't watch baseball. Just that's the way life is, buddy.
This propaganda is ridiculous.
It's not propaganda if it's true. Is it?
It is propaganda.
Can you have true propaganda?
You're promulgating the.
Oh, that's a good question, Michael. Can you have true propaganda?
Yeah.
Well, according to Goebbels, you could.
Joe, over today. That's a late reference.
Yeah, it is a late.
Oh, by the way, I thought you said gerbils at first, and then I figured it out. I thought you said gerbils. Yeah. I was like, oh my goodness.
No,
okay.
I'm talking about Richard Gere.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
By the way, El Scorcho says, as long as it's in your mouth, what difference does it make? And that was a quote from you.
That was a quote from you, exactly.
Well,
yes.
It's not just a new drop, but it's a brand new graphic that we have in your mouth. What difference does it make?
What difference does it make? That is awesome. That's funny. That's funny, John, because think about this. How many times have you had bad steak? I've had a lot of bad steak in my life, especially very recently. And I don't think it made a difference that once it was in my mouth, it was better. It was still bad steak.
The point was how it tastes. Does it taste good? Yes or no?
Well, he said
no. It does not. Sorry,
and that's insane.
It just doesn't. It doesn't. All over the world. All over the world, people are eating a pizza that's thin crust or Neapolitan style or whatever else, and all over the world. And then one place in Chicago, one of the worst food towns in the world.
Is that
in
true?
Chicago?
Listen. Far be it from me to be once again, just like I was promoting diversity in formations, diversity in pizza, while the rest of you people want to segregate your pizza.
You want to be diverse? Put a different topping on it. They use diverse. Sausage pizza, pepperoni pizza. That's a different kind of pizza. That's diversity.
Crust. It's all good.
Crust can be different. There's a lot of great kids. The Paisan crust is different than the let me think of something. CC's pizza, right? But they understand that it should be thin. It should be. I was explaining to this kid the other day how much money I made when I first got in TV, and I made $6.50 an hour. And he's like, "How could you survive on $6.50 an hour?" I said, "Well, on Wednesdays, McDonald's had 39-cent cheeseburgers.
They did.
And on Sundays, they had 29-cent hamburgers, right?
Hamburgers, yeah.
I'd buy a bunch of those. I'd keep those. I would make stuff out of them. Like I'd use the bread for breading. I would do all kind of stuff with it. And then I would go to CC's once a week, $2.99, all you could eat pizza. And I would put me through a whole day with just that. That's how I survived making $6.50 an hour.
Once it was in your mouth,
it tastes the same.
What difference does it make?
What difference does it make? Actually, CC's was pretty good pizza. Their dessert pizza was very good. For those who've had that, was good.
Man, you put on good Chicago style pizza. CC's pizza's good.
Yeah, better than any kind of that Chicago pizza I've ever had. You know what's funny? You know what's funny, John? If you really want an amazing, because you're kind of a plain dude. If you want, you're like that line from you're like that line from Space Jam where they're talking about Larry Bird, and they say
Larry's not white.
Larry's not white. He's clear. You can go to Grace Pizza in Papillion. They have something called a legal, and I know you don't like cheese bread, but it's called a legal cheese bread. And it's got 3 different kinds of cheeses on it with this olive oil. And it's incredible. And it's thin crust. And it's so good. It's so good.
Again, don't hate cheese bread. I just don't need cheese bread.
You hate cheese bread. I watch you do. I listen to you do. You did 18 minutes once. 18 minutes on your hatred for cheese bread. It's already got crust. You already got a crust on a pizza. What's the difference in cheese bread?
The hatred is not cheese bread.
You're triggering at your kids. Why do you have to get triggered at the cheese bread?
You don't need the cheese bread when you already have the pizza.
They're different. They are different, John. They're different. One you're dipping it in marinara. Or it's different, man. It's not the same thing. It's supposed to be out of yeast and flour.
Again, you stick the breadstick in the marinara, you stick it in your mouth. You have the pizza, it's got the marinara, you stick it in your mouth. Once it's in your mouth.
Doesn't always have marinara, you know. One person who's
I get my cheese bread into ranch.
Of course you do.
Of course I do. I'm a Nebraska,
You're a
John.
I do blue cheese. I love blue cheese.
blue cheese is
And I love the greatest thing Nebraska ever produced ever, Dorothy Lynch salad dressing. I love
Sweet and tangy.
I love it. Sweet and tangy. Yes, love it. And I matter of fact, I've been to the place where it was first sold. It was sold in the VFW in St. Paul, Nebraska. My father-in-law used to deliver it door to door as a kid. Would drop off bottles of Dorothy Lynch, or actually jars of it. And yeah, I love it. It's the best thing Nebraska ever produced. It's pretty good.
Awesome. I haven't had it in a while either, man.
I had it I went to 2 graduation parties after going to 4 the week before.
Oh
and one of the things they had a pasta bar, and then they had like a salad bar. And the salad bar had a full bottle of wonderful chilled Dorothy Lynch salad dressing.
That's good.
Chilled. And the original, not that old diet sugar-free stuff. No, the original Dorothy Lynch.
The OG, baby, that stuff's the bomb.
It's the only way to go.
Ace is tomato soup concentrate. They're like, what? Yeah.
Where are you going? Where are you going, John? We're taking a week off. Where are you going?
I'm not taking a week off. What do you mean taking a week off?
I thought you were leaving for a week.
Well, the week before the World Series.
Yeah, that's a week, right? Yeah.
He's going to go to his basement and do prep.
That's my prep week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Michael's going to be in for you next Thursday.
Yeah,
you don't need that much prep. It's college baseball. I mean, who's listening? You don't need that much prep. I mean, come on, you do all right. You'll be fine.
People in the bathrooms will be listening at the stadium.
I don't know. I'm going out of town. I'm going to Yosemite.
Listen, I ain't broadcasting to you or to that.
You certainly aren't. You certainly aren't, Brooke Grossman. You're broadcasting to people in Conway, Arkansas. That's who you broadcast to. Conway, Arkansas. CSN. That's who you broadcast to. College World Series. Hey, they brought us some Krispy Kreme donuts. I love those guys. Those guys were great. I mean, they're not Kevin.
You
they
are
were great.
wired today, man. You have some sugar before
Am
you
I
came
wired
in?
today? I actually had a cup. I made this. This is my hold on. Central High School mug they gave me for hosting one of their events. I made an iced coffee in it.
Juan Cali, baby.
Yeah, I made an iced coffee in it. I had a little vanilla coffee with some vanilla creamer, with a little couple packets of sweet and low.
You drink iced coffee?
No, I've had this since I made this at 1:00. I made it at 1:00. I'm still kind of drinking a little bit, just a little bit at a time. It's delicious. I don't drink hot. Do you know this, Josh? I don't drink anything hot. I don't drink anything hot.
I don't know if I knew that.
I don't drink hot coffee. I don't drink cocoa. I don't drink, even when I had the voice that one time, I don't drink hot tea either. So I had to do the best. I'm not in the hot. Like I don't get in a really hot shower. I don't get into a hot tub. I don't do sauna. It makes me nauseous. I can't do that stuff. Yeah.
So the whole Eddie Murphy doing the
can't do the hot tub.
James Brown in the hot tub.
Could not do that skit. I could not do that skit. I once went with a girl to a wonderful place called 1,000 Waves in New Mexico. And it is a beautiful place. I mean, beautiful. It's patterned after a place in Japan. And we get to the point where we're going to get in this little hot tub that's outside on the deck where there's ice and snow on the mountains. And I couldn't do it, man. I got in there for like a mag. We're going to throw up. I couldn't do it. I can't do with it. I can't deal with it. I just can't do it. I get in a hot car. And I'm like, my nightmare scenario, 2 things, ALS and being trapped in a hot car. Those are my 2 things. Anything else, I'm fine. I'll fight a shark. I'll tourniquet your leg if you cut your leg off. I'll do anything else. But I can't do a
trip over a lawnmower bag and break your wrist.
I would have set your wrist for you. I would have set your wrist, but I would not.
If you were in a hot car, he wouldn't have.
If it was in a hot car, it'd be
Michael,
screwed.
save me. I'm inside of a hot car.
You're in a hot car. I'm not saving
John.
you. I can't. I have that dream all the time. I have the dream all the time that I'm trapped, either a hot car or an elevator that's broken and the air conditioning's off and it's hot in there. Because there was an episode of Hawaii Five-0 years ago where that happened. And then they finally get the lid open. They look down there and she's laying down there. Her eyes are open and she's dead from the heat exposure. And I've had that nightmare for years.
Wow.
Trapped in a hot elevator or in the trunk of a car. Yeah. And
ALS.
And oh my God, I'm so terrified of did you ever watch the Gleason documentary?
I don't know if I did. I know I've seen some stuff on like Real Sports though, and
if you watch the Gleason documentary, there's a part, it's about like an hour and a half in, where he's got to decide, is he gonna die? Let himself die, or go on to the trach, the breathing apparatus, and he had to make that decision because that's end either way. And that's chills. Scares the hell out of me.
Yeah,
They
understand.
got to cure it. What? Come on, cure it. Come on, Marty, raise some more money. Let's cure this thing. Why isn't it cured yet? We cure all kinds of things. Have you heard it? No one dies of AIDS in this country anymore. We obviously fixed it. So let's figure out else. Something.
Well, it's a little It's in the words of Bill Callahan.
How do you know it's complicated? You a scientist or something? Batman was a scientist.
Apparently it is. Otherwise, they would have.
It's too technical for you.
Maybe they're making money off of the treatment, as Chris Rock used to say, like the drug dealer, the comeback. They're making money off of the drugs instead of making money off the cure. I don't know.
By the way, Michael, before you leave, this John quote from today that we're showing on the screen, once it's in your mouth, what difference does it make?
Right.
I mean, a lot of response to
I'm
this.
sure we got a lot.
Kyle by John Logic, a cheeseburger and a taco are the same thing. Beef, cheese, lettuce, tomato. Once it's in your mouth, what's the difference?
Yes.
Somebody just made a reference to their wife that I'm not going to read.
You said tacos earlier. I ratted on Josh as soon as I ran into Chris at the Oscars. As soon as I ran into Chris, I ratted on Josh. I'm like,
what did I do?
Did you hear what Josh said on the radio? And she's like, no, I didn't. And I said, she said that John said that every thing that used to take 1 minute now takes 3 minutes. And then Josh said, oh, that's good for your wife. As soon as I saw her, I immediately ratted out Josh. Snitched on him. Yeah. Because I know she doesn't like that. Or is it Reese? Who doesn't like that? Somebody doesn't like that among the two wives. Who is it?
I don't know.
The wives don't like. My wife's already mad at me today because
yeah,
of
John
something
called
the
his wife
listener
a
said.
boat anchor earlier.
No, I was calling the cast a boat anchor. I wasn't calling her a boat anchor.
You know what? You know what boat anchor gives you? Stability. Boat anchor gives you stability. It sets you on a place where you can just sit there and casually roll along. There's nothing bad about a boat anchor. You have a boat anchor, what are you going to do? Just float out into the ocean?
Try hanging one off your left side and see how that feels, because that's what it feels like. Feels like I'm dragging a boat anchor.
The left side, the starboard side.
Very good. Very
I know
good.
that. Isn't that right? That's right. Because left
Yeah.
is port.
No,
left is
port.
port. Left is port. Right is starboard. Yeah.
Wow.
Because it's the 4 letters, right? It's port and left.
Should have
in the
been a
same
Navy
letter.
man.
Yeah.
Should have been
I'm
a
not in
Navy
it. Yeah.
man.
No. I'm wearing the whites. Oh, nobody likes the whites. You ever see somebody look good in the whites?
Nobody
looks good in the whites. That's a quote from A Few Good Men, actually. That's actually a direct quote from the movie.
Like I said, nobody likes the whites.
It's like nobody likes the whites. Every time he says it, it's Lieutenant Weinberg. And he's like, nobody likes the whites. We're wearing the
Levi,
whites.
Colorado. This is quite the wide-ranging segment.
It's been everywhere.
We've hit on a lot of stuff today.
And it's because
We've been
Michael's
everywhere.
Is 28 ounces of iced coffee.
This is a little bit more than 28, I believe. It's a little bit more. Is your favorite song? One of my favorite songs, I was singing this to my son the other day. One of my favorite songs that I sing all the time in the car is I don't like Michigan song. You ever sing that just randomly?
I don't know.
I hate Michigan.
Of course you don't like it.
It's a great song. It's such a great song.
I've never heard it.
Same.
But it
You've
sounds
never
like
heard it? They sing it in the stadium, in the Ohio State Stadium.
Oh, is that I hate Michigan?
Michigan, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that song, yeah.
Yeah.
I hate the whole state of Michigan, whole state of Michigan, the whole state of Michigan. Yeah, it's a great
Sounds
song.
like it's a great song. Yeah, it is.
Because I hate the whole state of Michigan too, and so that's why I like it.
I'm looking forward to rooting for the Michigan Wolverines this fall when they take on the Oklahoma Sooners.
Oh, when they come to Lincoln.
When they
come,
to
dirty rat, you dirty rat, you
There it
hater.
is.
You
That's
hater.
your Mr. Football, Nebraska, right
That's
there,
him.
George Peterson.
Hold on. We figured out though he's NFL football, not college football. College football is
Well,
somebody
you
else.
can't make him
I'm
Mr.
just
NFL
Mr.
football. He's a
Football.
damn Cowboys fan. They ain't won jack crap.
Did you see their schedule? Did you see the schedule I forwarded to Josh? The last 6 weeks of the season, that stretch, and it's like a game within 3 and 11 days too. It's like the hardest schedule ever in the history of the NFL.
This is the world's little tiniest violin.
What have I done to deserve this?
You declared yourself Mr. Football.
No,
You made the
Joe
choice.
declared me Mr. Football.
And you agree and you accepted it.
He declared me today.
That was-
I
that's
didn't declare this
that's
30 years ago.
That's like the Senate claiming Palpatine's the emperor. Yeah, you took it though. You took it.
I saw a guy in a Cowboys shirt recently, and I said, "Go Cowboys!" And he goes, "Man, people usually don't say that to me." And I go, "Yeah, my first year being a fan was 1996. This has been horrible." And he was like, "That's horrible." I was like, "I know."
Here's a place where you're never going, Josh. Look.
Super.
Okay, bye, Michael. See you later, Michael. Wow,
Michael Severe, that was all over the map.
See you guys later.
Michael.
Hate the whole state of Michigan. The whole state of Michigan.
Go enjoy your smorgasbord of whatever you cooked yesterday.
We're gonna have fajitas, baby.
Fajitas.
Bye, Michael.
Bye-bye.
And we'll be back right after this. On
Time for content.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Well, Nick, what's in content today?
Sipple, Steve Sipple, was stunned on the Husker Online message board this weekend. Nobody has posted that the preseason magazines are out. Athlon, Lindy's. Does Sipple not realize it's 2025? Who still buys magazines?
Well, probably the people on the Red Sea Scrolls, I would guess.
Do they? They're paying for a website subscription. I don't think people pay for magazines anymore. I don't remember the last time I bought a preview magazine.
What do you even do with magazines anymore? You can't put them in the bathroom. You have a phone.
You got a phone, exactly, Nick.
What if you forget your phone?
Why would you forget
What if you
your
just like that nice hard copy in your hand and not having to scroll through your phone while you're dropping a deuce?
Here's a hot take. I have an opinion. I don't like holding something, not my phone, in my hands in the bathroom because I always then have to put it down. Like I put the book. Where do I put the book or the magazine? On the floor? I don't like it.
Don't you have a sink nearby, the countertop?
Yeah, but it's not that big. And then what if it falls into the sink and then it gets all wet? Plus, there's usually a little
How
water.
tiny is your countertop? It's
sorry that I don't have your countertop, John.
Well, yeah, but I'm
Jeez.
talking about the average countertop of an average bathroom.
That's not very big.
You know
John.
what sink had a lot of counter space? The one in that room.
But you know what, Nick? That was out of the bathroom. I wouldn't have been able to put a book or magazine down on that one.
Get an end table.
Not enough room in my bathroom for that.
How big are these books you're reading? Are they like the Red Sea, the literal Red Sea Scrolls?
I wouldn't even want to bring my Kindle in. I just bring my phone. So no, I don't want a magazine.
Wow, your poor phone has to be in there and reek in your stench.
Do you not play with your phone when you're on the toilet?
Well, of course, but
yeah, exactly. We all do.
We all do.
Yeah, I don't buy magazines anymore. Sorry, Sipple. Nobody cares.
Folks are talking about Friday's big 7-on-7 extravaganza coming to Lincoln. What can I do to get both of you stoked, jacked, even excited for this first ever tournament revolving around Husker Camp Weeks in Lincoln?
I don't think there is a single thing you could do to make me excited for this. You could say, Josh, you get to go. I'd say, please, God, I don't want to. That would ruin my Friday night. Why would I want to do that? Nothing. These are the excitement surrounding these are from a different era. And also, I never even went to those in that era. So the answer is nothing, Nick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is
not a thing.
But John will get pumped for this.
Yes, while I'm at the College World Series.
What if there's a podcast happening there at the same time?
I do love podcasts. I do love podcasts.
Listen, I feel for the folks who have to cover these things. Good luck to you. Enjoy your month of June.
The 2026 College Football Hall of Fame ballot is out, and guess what? Ndamukong Suh is on it. Will Big Mr. Sue get in next year?
I would like to say yes. He certainly would be worthy of it. The question is, who else is on the ballot? And, you know, you got to remember, you got so many people voting on this that it can be hard to get in on the first ballot. I mean, he is very much worth it. Arguably one of the best defensive tackles that ever played the game, certainly in the modern era. But I need to see the rest of the ballot to see what folks might think.
I will be definitive. He will absolutely make the Hall of Fame.
He'll make it. I just don't know
he's
if
going to
he'll
make it first
next
ballot. His name recognition is so high that I think that it's going to be really easy for him to get in because people know his name, people know who he is, and he had a decorated college career.
I'm just not as familiar with the voting process of the College Football
But that's the thing.
Hall
That's
of
why
Fame.
it's stupid. The College Football Hall of Fame sucks because the fact that John has to hem and haw, and I think a lot of people are probably in agreement with John, says that the Hall of Fame for college football is dumb. Dumb.
Wow, so you're saying Sue is going to be going into a dumb Hall of Fame?
It's dumb because it should just be a normal thing. Why is it so difficult? College football's Hall of Fame seems really difficult. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's June the 2nd, and Bill Belichick is still the coach at North Carolina. Are you surprised?
No, and for those who don't know, like, why is Nick even asking this question? Is it because he's a moron? No, Nick is not a moron.
Oh.
Yesterday, the buyout for Bill Belichick was reduced from $10 million to $1 million. But that's not his buyout. It is the university's buyout to fire him. And as weird and goofy as this offseason has been, it's still a net positive, I think, as of now, to have Bill Belichick as your coach in 2025. Do I think that this will be his only year there? Yes, I do, but I'm not surprised that he's still their coach as of today.
There's so much made over this story because from the moment he signed the contract, people have been doubting that he was actually going to carry through. And certainly, as the story got weirder since then,
yes,
of course it has. But listen, at this point, you're North Carolina. You are pot committed. Good luck.
Oh, yeah.
The Chiefs Stadium issue is still up in the air. Owner Clark Hunt says he likes the idea of a new $3 billion dome in Kansas if they can't get funding to renovate Arrowhead. How should Chiefs fans feel about a roof?
Disappointed. And listen, this comes from a fan of a team who does have a roof, albeit a translucent one, but it is still a roof. I'm not a big fan. But if you were going to build a new stadium, and Kansas City likes to host other events too, like Final Fours, for example.
Or the Super Bowl.
The dome is the only way they're going to actually get it. Now, will they actually build the $3 billion stadium? I don't know. This is a really interesting spot because Kansas City obviously is not going to lose the Chiefs, but they're going to have to pony up a hell of a lot of money to keep them around and to keep them happy with whatever stadium situation they end up with.
Yeah, obviously I like games that are outdoors more than I like games that are indoors, but I will also then understand why a city would want a dome because you just mentioned it, Final Fours. They would have a chance at the Super Bowl, which they do not have a chance at now, among many other things. You can do concerts inside of the stadium, UFC fights, wrestling events, all of those types of things that they cannot do at this moment in time. And so for a locale like this, I mean, it's quite the debate. I would rather them just fix up Arrowhead. If this happens, it would be for like the 2031 season. Mm-hmm. And by that point, Arrowhead's like the bulk of their renovations would suddenly be 20 years in the rear view. I remember when they did those ahead of the 2010, 2011-ish season. And like it underwent quite the makeover. And so I would rather them still play there. I love Arrowhead. I think it's a unique stadium. And in this era of football, sadly, stadiums are not unique anymore. Like I watched the little video that is associated with it, and it looks like SoFi. It looks like Cowboy Stadium. It looks like every stadium in the NFL except the logo on the field is the Chiefs logo. So I like that when I turn on a game at Arrowhead, whether the Chiefs are playing or Nebraska's playing Cincinnati, it looks unique. It looks like Arrowhead.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Since May 2nd, Scotty Scheffler in 4 matches has as many wins as my Rockies in close to 30 games. That number? 3. Yikes.
Nick, they have 3 wins since May 2nd, and he has 3 wins since May 2nd. And he's a golfer. Not great. John has the graphic up right now.
Yes, Rockies bottom. And if you've noticed, we have changed the team that the Rockies are pursuing. We're going for all time.
Yeah, because the last few weeks when we've done this, it's been against the White Sox. And we talked about the White Sox. Yeah, the last season's White Sox. John, it's nuts. When we were doing that bit last year, it's like, wow, we've never seen a team so horrible. And now they're 9-50. Like, what a preposterous record to have. 9-50.
The modern era, and again, it's unique because baseball's modern era technically starts in 1901. Worst season was the Philadelphia A's of 1916. As of today, 59 games into the season, the Rockies are 8 games back of the pace of the Philadelphia A's with nearly a minus 70 run differential difference between the current Rockies and that year's A's. It is truly historic, Nick. You should be so proud.
At this point, I'm rooting for the absurdity of it all, you know? Record-breaking season for the Rockies.
Oh, they're on pace. 9-50.
Not great, Nick.
It's not great. Guys! Is this the part where I can finally explain to you the weirdness I got Max Verstappen in trouble yesterday?
Sure.
Okay, buckle up. There's a few things I need to explain first.
Oh, God.
So there was about I don't know, 15 laps left in the race, and then it got yellow flagged. Somebody wrecked their car, and the safety car came out, the pace car, John. And then during that safety car, a bunch of the leaders went into the pits to get new tires on their car, right? Most of them went for the softer tires, the softs or the soft tires, because it's the best option to get,
We all like a soft tire.
Mm-hmm.
We like a soft tire. It makes you go faster and it sticks to the ground. The trade-off is it degrades faster. But there's only 10 laps left, it doesn't matter. You only get a certain amount of tires to use over the course of the weekend. So Max went into pit, and the only tire they had left was the hard tire, which is the worst possible tire.
You got the hard tire.
Don't want a hard tire.
You
like
don't want a hard tire.
You want them soft.
It takes forever to warm up, and you don't get as much grip, right?
Sure.
So the restart happens, and Max Verstappen drops from third place down to fourth, fifth. And in that process of dropping back, George Russell in the Mercedes hit him, and it forced him off the track into the runoff area. The runoff area, you kind of cut the track so you gain an advantage, right? Max Verstappen's radio people were more focused on that than the actual George hitting Max. So they told Max to give up his position to George, because they're like, oh, if you wouldn't have gone off there, George would have passed you. George is the one that messed up. Max was in the right in this situation. His radio crew got it wrong. But as he was letting George go by him to pass, George's people are like, all right, he's going to let you pass. Max slowed down, got side by side with George, and hit his car.
The chrome horn! Yeah!
This is some rubbing is racing.
Oh, Earnhardt, baby.
Not in Formula One. It's actually extremely dangerous to do crap like that in Formula One. Michael Schumacher did that in 1997, and he got banned.
Well, yeah, we saw that movie. Remember when Schumacher just rear-ended that guy for no reason because he couldn't see him?
Schumacher got taken out of the championship for doing crap like that. Max gets a 10-second penalty. And that's the weirdness that happened. And Max is trying to defend it, but,
Did you understand all that, Josh?
No.
I did my best. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was wondering why he kept staring at me. Why wasn't he staring at you?
Because he knew I would understand what he was talking about.
You know what he was talking about?
Oh, yeah, I understood what he was talking about.
Yeah.
I speak racing.
Okay.
I did my best.
Oh, man. If Formula One could get some NASCAR into it.
Are you going to start tuning in, John?
What a great sport it would be.
Could we get another season of True Detective?
What?
Creator Nick
Pizzolatto
says
Pizza
one
latte
with Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson could be in the cards. I actually have another story for Cole and Hart. Maybe we'll do this one day, he added. I think the guys are open to it. It's just a question of whether that would ever happen or not. Would you be interested?
I loved season 1. Season 2
It's been
of the
so
show.
long, I don't even remember it.
Season 2 of the show sucked. Season 3 was a little bit better. Last season, he was not involved on. I didn't like that season. I would obviously watch. So, yes, I would be interested. Let's see what happens. I bet I would be surprised, though, if this actually went forward. I'd watch it, though.
Would Max Verstappen be there and running people over?
I hope not. Then Nick would have to explain it to me every episode.
It's dangerous. You can't do that, especially in a sport where everybody understands no one's going to intentionally run into
what
you.
did the
That makes
hard
it
and
more
soft
dangerous.
tires have to do with anything?
So the soft tires on a restart, you can go faster because they get grip faster. They warm up faster. The hard tires don't warm up as fast. So that's why Max was dropping back, and that's what caused George to kind of run into him. But that's all the tires that Max had left. His pit crew or his team principal, whatever, they really messed up.
All the names. I mean, they call a pace car a safety car. They call the team. They call the guy who runs the team the principal.
Yeah.
Did Max get ruler on the knuckles for his punishment? Too?
I mean,
soap
a
in his mouth?
10-second penalty is basically that.
You have to stay after school.
The annoying part is even with the 10-second penalty, he still finished in the points. It's like it didn't matter. Boys,
F1, kids. F1.
Cool sport.
F1. It's June. In a few short weeks, days will actually start losing sunlight. Are we counting down yet, or is it just sicko Josh?
Wow, counting down to shorter days.
No, I'm not. Nick asked this question, first of all. I figured it was about your arm.
Again, there's really no countdown to be had because I don't know when it's going to be back to normal.
I'm enjoying
it's just
life.
going to take time.
I read this weekend. I had a great time. I'm going to start a new book later tonight. I'll have a great time.
That you won't be reading in the bathroom.
No, of course not. I'll be reading it on my reading
Because
chair.
of his tiny baby counters that won't apparently hold his giant book.
Unreal how critical you are, John, of a millennial who is not a homeowner but is living in a home.
Should have got the bedroom sink.
Again, you must have like the smallest counters or read the biggest books.
I mean, they're not that big. It's just, again, I don't want to set it down and then have it fall. But there's
Why is
also
it
little
gonna fall
droplets of water on it because it's a sink.
Well, you should dry off your sink every
You dry
now
off your
and then.
sink every time you wash your hands.
Of course.
Okay, well, I don't. I guess maybe I should start doing that.
Well, yeah. Then
know,
you could set your book down.
But I don't want to bring a book in there. I just don't want to. I'm going to be okay. You have to set it down and then get the toilet paper. I don't know why. A phone, it just seems easier. Just put it in my... I don't know why.
So you're willing to get poop on your phone, but not your book?
No, I don't get poop anywhere except in the toilet. There's poop in the toilet. It's very normal.
Josh would have hated the 80s. He would, no way. I can't read in here. There's no place to put the book.
I would have, yeah.
People used to read the newspaper in the bathroom.
I think I used to do that.
That feels
sometimes.
so unwieldy.
It
The
does.
Very few times I've read a newspaper, I hated it. It just went everywhere.
What? You hated reading a paper?
It never stuck
All right,
together.
see,
I never
Gen
knew
Z
this to
sucks.
fold it. I'm Gen Z A. At
This
least
is
I've
what
touched a newspaper.
That's true. Gen Z B's like, what's a newspaper?
What's a newspaper? I don't understand.
Indeed.
All right, what's for dinner's next on 1620 The Zone?
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but the Beavers are getting the best of the Trojans right now. Back-to-back home runs by the Beavs. 4-3 Oregon State in the third.
Hello.
I don't know what's for dinner tonight, but last night it was breaded chicken cutlets and spaghetti and tomato sauce and salad.
Yum.
It was delicious. It was nice little Italian meal at, well, Casa de Bishop would be like Spanish. What would be the Italian?
The Bishop.
Casa de Bishop.
Yeah, the Bishop family.
Yeah, but Casa is not the word for home there in Italian, is it? I know the languages are very close.
I'm going on with the No Block, No Rock podcast tonight, and they are providing pizza.
Oh, nice. I discovered Slim Chickens yesterday. It's incredible. Have you had Slim Chickens?
Don't think so.
It's like Cane's, sort of, but there's a lot of sauces, and it's really good.
Maybe I have had it.
I have. It was okay.
Boom roasted, Nick.
No, it was okay.
I mean, it's no Cane's.
The
but it was
dessert,
good.
the dessert in the jars was pretty good.
Yeah, they put desserts in jars.
What are you having tonight?
I don't know.
Okay. Bye.
See ya.